Could I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green,
I'm here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
I'm here.
and Commissioner Hank Hughes
He's online.
online. Okay.
Here.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Thank you very much. I want to welcome everyone to the Santa Fe County Chambers, the John Gameen Building. I want to recognize we have some other elected officials in the room. Thank you and welcome thank you for being here. And then I want to go to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The final agenda for today's meeting was posted on Friday afternoon prior to 3 p.m. so as to comply with the Open Meetings Act. The matters from the County Attorney section of the agenda was moved before the public hearing, and in addition, we added 2 items for discussion under executive session. Those would be item numbers 2 and 3. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the agenda with those notes.
And I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the agenda from Commissioner Hamilton. A second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you for joining us via the web, Commissioner Hughes. So the first matter on this is matters from the county attorney. We will go into executive session. We shall not be longer than a half an hour. We will do our best to be as quick as possible. Seeing the number of people in the room, we want to respect your time. So could I please have a motion to go into executive session?
Madam Chair, I move to go into executive session.
And Madam Chair, before we take a vote or go through the motions, if I would just read the matters for executive session. As you mentioned, normally we would go through executive session towards the end of the meeting, but this will be before. And specifically, I would request an executive session on threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7, including 1, threatened litigation concerning the petition requesting the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County to adopt an ordinance declaring Area 1B to be a part of the traditional historic community of Agua Fria. Number 2, breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation. And then number 3, City of Santa Fe versus the County of Santa Fe in the First Judicial District Court.
Now, Commissioner Bustamante, would you like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move that we go into executive session.
I will second that for the matters as the county attorney
Stated by
read
the-
off.
Yes, and so I have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante and a second by Commissioner Hamilton. May I please have a roll call vote?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. Thank you. We are now in executive session. We will go into this room on the side. We will be as brief as possible. Thank you very much for your patience. and Hilario Romero. Commissioners may ask questions during this presentation. 2, second, members of the public will be allowed to testify for or against the petition. Identification of members of the public. We have identified lots of members of the public who wish to testify at the public hearing. When we get to the public hearing, we will call those who have registered to testify. Each person will be sworn by the court reporter before being allowed to testify for up to 2 minutes. Please be focused and time your presentation accordingly. General rules of order. I will be enforcing a prohibition on redundancy, irrelevant, and harassing testimony and comments. This means that someone else has already testified to something. I am not going to allow someone else to testify to it as well. If the testimony is not relevant to the issue raised by the applicant, I will not allow the testimony. If the testimony consists of personal or other improper attacks or is otherwise out of order, I will stop it. Once we have gone through the list of registered members of the public wishing to testify, we will confirm that there are no additional members of the public in the chamber or on WebEx who wish to testify. I would ask that we all be respectful to one another. I recognize this is an emotional, contentious issue, so please, let's try and be as respectful as possible of one another. And with that, I will request that Sid Monroe, William Mee, and Hilario Romero come to the podium to give their presentation. Yes, Commissioner Hughes, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, that's perfect, thank you. And just let me know if you have a question or not. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Monroe. Welcome, Mr. Romero. Welcome, Mr. Mee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Remembering my last appearance here, do I need to be sworn in?
Yes, you do. You could swear in all 3 people at the same time. Please raise your right hand.
All right, folks, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, and then I will have each one of you, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Sid Monroe. My address is 710 Coyote Ridge Road. What was the next part? I'm under oath, and I will tell the truth.
Name is Hilario Romero. I live at 1561 La Cieneguita in Pueblo Quemado, annexed to Santa Fe in the 1990s.
I'm William Mee, 2073 Camino Samuel Montoya, and I know I'm under oath and will tell the truth.
I'm under oath, and I will tell the truth.
Madam Chair and County Commissioners, as I just stated, my name is Sid Monroe. I'm appearing before you today on behalf of over 200 of your constituents who live and vote in Area 1B. I am truly humbled to stand before you today to present their voices. We thank you again for your kind attention to us and for approving our petition submitted for the April 5th Commission meeting. At that April 5th meeting, you listened as I recounted 14 years of inaction from the city of Santa Fe. 14 years of the city willfully ignoring us while dictating land use and collecting fees, and how city councilors won't give us the time of day. The ordinance before you is very simple and straightforward. In 2009, we briefly explored pursuing the option of petitioning to join the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community, but we were dissuaded by the various committees of the city, the ELUC, and the ELUA. We were asked to give the process a chance. In our inexperience, we did. The city then refused to engage with us and not only neglected us, but treated us as outright nuisances when we went to their offices as needed under the city's so-called land use authority. On Friday, April 21st, we became aware that the city of Santa Fe was challenging the validity of our signatures on a legal technicality. A week ago, on Monday, April 24th, after 48 hours of recanvassing, we submitted 154 signatures to the county clerk on new pages with a heading that meets requirements, exceeding the 25% threshold needed. This morning, we submitted to the county clerk additional signatures that, by our calculation, brings the total number of signatures to over 200, approximately 53% of the registered voters in Area 1B. The legal filing by this city is astounding in that it seeks to overturn the will and rights of the very people it claims to care about, the same people it has willfully ignored for 14 years. We are pursuing a rightful legal remedy to petition Santa Fe County that is explicitly spelled out in the very settlement agreement the city has been in violation of. Quote, residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition or petitions with the Board of County Commissioners to include portions of Area 1 in the Agua Fria traditional historic community prior to annexation, end quote. I notice that the city has submitted a letter to the commission that includes this astonishing sentence. We would like to meet with the residents of Area 1B and listen to their concerns so that when the area is annexed, we can understand their needs and welcome them to the city. Welcome to the city. Oh, here's an injunction to overturn the will and rights of the very people the city claims to care about. Here's an injunction to void our rightful legal remedy to petition Santa Fe County. Welcome to the city. The city wants to understand our needs. After all this time, we do not have any needs from the city. The city hasn't been paying attention for so long, apparently it can't even pretend to acknowledge that they have been in violation of the very agreement they pushed on us 14 years ago. The city has been completely unwilling to provide one single benefit to us. It has been totally unable to finance any improvements in this area, let alone any needs. Area 1B residents have been self-sufficient since before the talk of annexation and continue to be so today. Each neighborhood maintains its roads, arranges for waste removal, and knows that when we call emergency services, the county will respond. The recent incendiary moves by the city of Santa Fe and its partner, HomeWise, have galvanized the residents further. Residents of Area 1B are united. HomeWise launched a very public campaign through editorials, social media, email marketing, using alarmist rhetoric and incorrect information, and raising the hot-button issue of affordable housing in a false effort to shut down the rights of residents to have a voice in their county government. HomeWise's public attitude has sought to dehumanize the residents of Area 1B, name-calling us as NIMBYs, pushing so-called exclusionary zoning. The projection of ulterior motives is a classic tactic employed by bullies. We are deeply offended by these ugly tactics, apparently condoned by the city. Our issue has nothing to do with exclusionary zoning, or any zoning for that matter. We welcome the eventual proposals for development, including affordable housing, at the time and place those are put forward. The settlement agreement states residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition. It does not state that developers, lot owners, the city, or corporations may do so. HomeWise is a corporation, not a resident, and not a registered voter in Area 1B. HomeWise is one owner of undeveloped land within Area 1B. Other owners of undeveloped land are firmly in favor of the ordinance. There are also numerous homeowners who are not registered voters in Area 1B that support the ordinance and have submitted letters of support. We welcome the opportunity to work with HomeWise and any other developers when they have a plan for a review through the proper county and Agua Fria traditional historic community processes. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I would now like to introduce Hilario Romero, former state historian, college and university history professor, and William Mee, president of the Agua Fria Association, who have presentations on the historical roots of Area 1B to Agua Fria traditional historic community. I will have a very brief closing remarks following Mr. Mee and Mr. Romero's presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm going to present 18 slides that will basically guide us all through the history of Agua Fria, Pueblo Quemado, El Pino, and all the land grants that were present in this area at one time. And so here it is. You have an echo.
There's a small technical issue, so we're just trying to, okay, there we go.
Okay, let me just see back. Okay, so these are all part of Agua Fria. It's just a matter of when they were called Agua Fria or Pueblo Quemado, El Pino, or Las Cieneguitas throughout history. Prior to that, they were called Pindi. Pindi and Pueblo Quemado and Pueblo Tres Arroyos, and so on and so forth. This is Pindi in 1934. It goes back to 1300 AD, and it's in the neighborhood. It's not on the land, but it's very nearby. And these were Pindi, there was an excavation done. These are the turkey pens, and that's what Pindi means. It means the Pueblo of the turkeys. This is right, very close to San Isidro Crossing. Okay, so here are some Pueblo sites on Agua Fria land in and around the area that we're talking about, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 sites, all within this area. These two pueblos kind of mesh together and actually go over Alameda and into the property that we're talking about. So this is from Dee Dee Snow's map that she did when she was doing the archaeological study of this area. And there are remains of all these, and many of the residents can testify to what they found in all of these areas, in and around the property. So the Spanish experience, the Spanish arrival, was in 1607, where they actually set up a paraje, and it was Captain Juan Martinez y Montoya that did in Pueblo Quemado / Agua Fria. We don't know exactly where that pueblo was, where that paraje was, but it was kind of like a miniature fort. So this is before the founding of Santa Fe. So Santa Fe talks about being founded officially in 1610, but there were people living down here before 1610. So that's a lot of people don't know that. And this document proves it. Here it is. And so this is the document that he presented, because he had been appointed by the Viceroy in Mexico to be the next governor of New Mexico after Juan de Oñate. However, the Cabildo in San Gabriel rejected him and instead put in 15-year-old Cristobal Oñate, the son of Juan de Oñate. So they put in a kid to do a man's job when they could have had a capitan, a very experienced capitan. Notice that Montoya name. That Montoya name is all over Agua Fria, and it's all over the communities running from Cerro Gordo all the way down the river to Peña Blanca. Here is the private land claims map that they did showing the ownership of land in and around Santa Fe back in the 1600s. And of course, you can't read all this, but one of the very interesting landowners right here is Juan Lucero y Godoy. And he owned the land that we're talking about back in the 1600s. Then here's the land grant maps 1 century later.
Can you show Ruben Lovato?
Oh, Roque Lovato. Roque Lovato also had land up in this area as well, a huge chunk of land. But each one overlapped, and when De Vargas came back, it changed. All this land ownership changed somewhat because they were giving away too large, much larger pieces of land than was needed. Then the 1700s map here, the White's map, that was basically platted for the Court of Private Land Claims, shows the ownership here of Juan Lucero y Godoy. And all this is the area that we're talking about. This land over here, all this area. Here's the Santa Fe River, and here's the land. Okay, here's the area around Alameda, on the street of Alameda, and then here's the land we're talking about. So once again, ownership, Spanish land grant ownership. So anybody who says there were no land grants there, well, then you can call me a liar. Here's the detail of Agua Fria and Pacheco grants in the 1800s. And here, once again, this was done for the Court of Private Land Claims. But here it shows a new grant, another grant here. First, it shows the spurious, fake, and false Santa Fe land grant, which was a pirate patent, because the Court of Private Land Claims heard that case, and they said, "Where's your land grant papers? We don't have any." Yeah, well, these were land grabbers. These were scalawags, carpetbaggers that came here to try to steal all of this land, and they measured it right from the obelisk, right in the very middle, going 3 leagues in all directions. And that's how they eventually went back to Congress, since the Court of Private Land Claims shot them down, and they got their buddies in Congress to create a pirate charter. And that's how Santa Fe began, on a pirate charter on land grant land. And so when you look at this date over here, February 2nd, 1848, that is the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Follow my pointer. That February 2nd, 1848 date, we have a treaty with the United States of America. And that treaty is the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which gives us the right to have this land, but it was taken from us. This is the Pino Grant. Once again, this is the area of Agua Fria and all of the area where we're talking about. Once again, it was the Pino, so that's why I have Pino in the title. Pueblo Quemado is one of the Pueblo villages that I showed on the other map. Here are some landowners now on the Avery map of 1924. Here's the section we're talking about. Isn't that amazing how it looks just like it does today? It's the same, 1924. And who are the landowners? Joselino Montoya, Miguel Romero, relative of mine. And it goes on and on. Carlos Ortiz, Carlos Rael, on and on and on. All this land. And here's Adolfo Varela, his section here, all of this. The thing is these strips of land went all the way from Arroyo Chamizo, where Cerrillos Road is and all that, and it went all the way across, all the way up here. Here's another map, 1927. Once again, all the same people with an additional couple of people here with some very large pieces of land. Nevertheless, all Native people that came directly, they are direct descendants from the original people in 1607 all the way to 1610 and on. Same people. You just have to read their names one after another and you'll see on that land. There's the Santa Fe River right here. Then we go to 1938, and of course it's real hard to see this. I was hoping I could get it big enough, but I guess I would. But here's the area we're talking about again, right here. And there are little houses there, all over the place. Houses, okay, so 1938. But actually there was a trading post there in the late 1800s. And there was a person who lives in the Giron house, who bought the house from the Girones, that actually still lives in that house. And that's right where the bridge went out, right there where that big wall is, in very near the street called Pueblo Quemado. So once again, here, housing and people there, ranching going on in that section of land. Then we go to 1951, and I was only just maybe 2-3 years old at the time, but we used to come down Agua Fria from our little section over here, and we come down and buy eggs, buy milk from Frenchie's, because Frenchie was a citizen of Agua Fria. So Frenchie's Field, for that matter, is part of Agua Fria. The Tapia House, east of Osage, is part of Agua Fria. It's just it got annexed. I wasn't around at that time, but if I would have been, I would have been testifying. So once again, here we are in that section again of land, and here's a few ranch houses here. There's a couple up here, one there, as it stretches further back into a few of the arroyos, the Arroyo de los Pozos, Trinchera, they're all out here. And then here's the current maps. Look at that. It looks just like all the other strips. They were long strips, and now they've been cut into little sections now and everything, and they've been sold off. But nevertheless, we're still talking about Agua Fria. This is Agua Fria, no doubt about it. You can argue, you can redo the maps all you want. These maps are, have been here since time immemorial. So if you want to know more about it, you can read this particular. This is what's her name? Jane Whitmore of the Historic Preservation Office in 1983. And then there's my journal article on Agua Fria. Agua Fria, Pueblo Quemado History, 1300 to 2016. And all this information is available there. And these are all the sources that I used, a lot of sources, including archival sources, documents, maps, and so on and so forth. So if you have any questions, you feel free to ask them once William Mee, who is the president of the Agua Fria Village Association, will speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Marrero.
What do I do? Just forward it? Oh, there, okay. Whoop, there we are. So Area 1B is part of the Agua Fria Village, one traditional historic community along the El Camino Real. So I have my sources here. This is a 1916 gag photo. I just thought I'd make it a little light because my next slide is going to be a little dark. So the city of Santa Fe injunction, is very ignorant and disrespectful to the culture of the progenitors of Agua Fria Village. And especially in regards to my testimony on the April 5th special meeting. and it's been boiled down to the hills of Area 1B provided grazing, firewood, pinon, and herbal remedies. So this presentation will dispel that there is no connection between Area 1B and Agua Fria Village. And
There
yeah.
is.
yeah. The severing of the homesteads on Agua Fria Street from the rest of the land grant by the earlier city annexations doesn't erase the history of the land ownership. Spanish colonial era, Captain Roque Madrid, Maestro de Campo, he was given this land grant in 1693 in the Agua Fria area, and it was called Pueblo Quemado at that time, and it was for his service in the 1692 Reconquest. And in his grant, he wrote, because his parents and grandparents farmed the area. Francisco de Madrid, Roque's grandfather, left El Paso in 1603 and is thought to have settled in Agua Fria at this time. So here's Roque's actual land grant. Then, the El Camino Real, the Tierra Adentro, runs through the community on the present-day Agua Fria Street and Junta del Alamo. In the year 1776, Fray Francisco Antasio Dominguez gave a census count to his church superiors, listing Agua Fria, then Pueblo Quemado, with 57 families and 297 persons. In 1835, San Isidro Catholic Church was built when Jose Jacinto Gallegos throws his hat into the air to show the spot at which the church should be built. Church burial records back to 1860 that I helped compile mention the owners of the lots in Area 1B as living in Las Cieneguitas or Pueblo Quemado or even Agua Fria. So in the territorial era, General Stephen Watts Kearney comes in, Lieutenant Colonel John Washington, Lieutenant James Albert. They all travel through Agua Fria, and it's noted in their journals. So this is the first American references. So then we go, this is Albert's map, and it has Agua Fria. Gosh, I don't know if I can find it. Let's see. Where's my little thing? Right there. Whoop. Well, let's just go. So this is the 1909 U.S. Geological Survey, the map of landowners. This was presented to Congress for patents that were signed by President Wilson in 1913. Let's see. So if we look up here, right here is the Arroyo. They call it Cañada de los Trampas, but we know it today as Arroyo de los Trampas. And that is where State Road 599 is. And so that's this one is even harder to see. This is all of the slides I'll be presenting, but you can see all of these little private land claims, small holding claims based on the land grants, and they all end at, on this one it says Cañada de los Frijoles, which is Arroyo de los Frijoles, that is now like a city walking trail. So in order to kind of understand the layout of the township and range, you have to really use this thing. So it counts down one way and then comes back the other way and then goes back again. So we'll see where, this is section 29 of the Area 1B. And over here, this is Augusta Probst's property, and this includes all of the Hanson lumber mill and also the next big tract over. It's about 300 acres here. The Probsts had a what they call the Probst remount station. So they would, change out horses for stagecoaches on their property down on Agua Fria Street. But they grazed those horses up in this area. Mrs. Probst had a barn in Area 1B. So that would be a landmark. Here's her patent to Augusto Probst. She actually purchased the land in 1860, but wasn't granted the patent till 1893. And here's section 20 and 21. These are a little bit lower from the area, but the reason I include them is you have to see where the Santa Fe River is. So these strips go all the way up from there into the 1B area. This is section 28. This is a little bit out. This has the Varela brothers on it. They had a couple of ranch houses in the Area 1B, and then this is Fernandez Maze, and if you looked on a present-day map, it would line up with Maze Road. This is the one that I called to the attention of Hilario Roque Lavato. He had this other grant that is actually right in the 1B area. Whoops. Let's see. Okay. So it's kind of right on the section lines, and it says right above the plat, it says rejected. So his land grant was rejected, and the land went back to the Bureau of Land Management. So what the Bureau of Land Management did is we can see the section lines that were on there. And what they did is they cut it out into these nice little tracts of land, and then they sold those out. And that's the very east side of the Area 1B. This particular side would be the Santa Fe grant that Hilario Romero spoke about. And here's the actual Santa Fe grant, so that the Area 1B is out to this side of it. Okay, so here's Bureau of Land Management land records, and then when you go down, you'll see where all the Varela brothers have their particular land grants, and you can go in and get their patent numbers and look at what they have. So then in the U.S. Census of 1860, we have $100 made by Jose Jacinto Gallegos, and he was a farmer, and he was about the only farmer making $100. Then in 1870, we have 3 farmers making more than $500 a year, and on this particular page, I list Jose, think of the 500s here, Jose Lino Montoya. So we have a listing of surnames in the Agua Fria village living along Agua Fria Street. Baca, Varela, Carrillo, Siribaca, Coriz, Dominguez, Gallegos, Garcia, Giron, with both spellings, Gonzalez, Lopez, Mays, also spelled as M-E-S, Martinez, Montaño, Montoya, Ortiz, Pino, Probst, Rial, also spelled as Rial, Rivera, Romero, Sanchez, Sandoval, Solano, also spelled as Sotano, and Tapia and Velarde. So these surnames appear across all the records of the census, like the historic census, like the Dominguez one, and the modern U.S. census. They also, in San Isidro Church, land deeds, the Civil War muster rolls. Charles Probst was the captain of the Agua Fria company. And like Also, we have the 1870 Santa Fe County Treasurer rolls that you'll see all these same names in. And apparently, the actual Madrid family had no heirs that ever inherited any of the land that they were originally given the land grants for. Hilario Romero and myself, we did a historic homes and landmarks survey for the U.S. National Park Service along El Camino Real from La Bajada through La Cienega to Guadalupe Church. And we pointed out a number of landmarks, all along the route. So these homes have the same surnames as the names listed on both the U.S. Geological Survey strips and the agricultural lots in the 1914 Hydrologic Survey of the State Engineer that we'll get to in just a minute. So once again, severing of the homestead on Agua Fria Street from the rest of the land grant by earlier city annexations doesn't erase the history of the land ownership. So here's the hydrologic survey, and I don't know, we'll never be able to see, but each one of these little squares in here is a 3-foot by 18-inch plat that they did, and here's the Santa Fe grant itself. But so it's this, what we're talking about is just this area right there. So what I did is I cut and pasted what the, or actually my wife Lois did it, and here's all of the ones that pertain to the Area 1B, and the Area 1B is going to be like just at the top of this slide. So in Section 26, these are all the landowners. In Section 27, these are all the landowners. Section 28, these are all the landowners. And in Section 28, Celso Gallegos was one of the owners, and here's a picture of him. I thought we should have a picture of one of these people. And he was a Santero, so he had these carved exhibits in the Chicago Museum of Art in 1930. And then he also did the New York Museum of Modern Art. Here's Section 29, here's Section 30, Section 31, Section 32, and here's the assessor's map of this area. And what you'll see is, I think this is the State Land Office land, okay? And then this Fernandez Mays own that, and then you come down and Mays Road's over here. You have over here somewhere, you have Camino Don Emilio. He was Sandoval, and you'll have Sandovals all the way through here, the Sandoval Homestead House on Agua Fria. Let's see, the Barella Street, a little bit offset over here, but they had they had 2 ranch houses on their property over here. Let's see, I'm trying to remember, but you could just take a ruler and draw straight lines from the historic houses to these properties in 1B. So what did Agua Fria Village look like back in the day? And this was done by a contractor for Santa Fe County, Content Design. And what they did is they took the hydrographic survey that lists like corn and wheat and oats and alfalfa. And so they drew those crops across here, and then they put the buildings on that were there along El Camino Real. So I mean, that's what it looked like. And here's a little close-up. You can see, they took a little creative artistic license, and they put some wagons coming with hay and people walk into the church and that type of thing. So here's Museum of New Mexico photo. It's an orchard, and it's listed as being in Agua Fria. This was on Acequia number 31, which is just north. It's both north and south of West Alameda. It's no longer there, but this orchard was watered by that acequia. And here's another orchard, the 1894 pear farm by William Haroun. And you have to remember that we didn't have cell phones back then. So there were very few people that could afford a camera. And if you did have a camera, where the heck would you take that film to be developed? All of these people had their own dark rooms and did their own printing of the photos. So the values of people, land rich, money poor, very religious, hardworking. Deals were made on a handshake and a promise. Most of them were Spanish speakers only. So the outside world was able to take advantage of this and get that land. The Agua Fria was very self-sufficient. They had a barter economy, and various farmers specialized in certain crops or livestock, like Antonio Montoya, my wife's grandfather, 1902-99. He had pigs, and so he would trade people that had wheat or corn or whatever they had, and he was one of the only guys to have pigs. So they subsided off of dry crops in winter. So Acequia, how they used Area 1B, Acequia 31 was both directly south and north of the future road at West Alameda. It served those two orchards I just showed. People who were curanderas, like Rebecca Montoya, gathered herbs along the river, but also Arroyo de los Trampas. She saved Amarante Romero his legs from a gas burn that he had gotten when he was a teenager. And, I can't tell you that the herbs that she got were from 1B that saved his legs, but, she went all over gathering these herbs. Pinon and firewood were gathered in order to make it through the winter. Pinon was a staple, but, Area 1B probably only had a good pinon crop once every 7 years. We talked a little bit about the Probst Remount Station and the two ranch houses of the Barela brothers. And, here's in 1959, they're slaughtering a Borrega for preparing for winter. Here's another Haroun photo, 1897. So they're threshing the wheat with goats. They just have the goats go around and around, and they knock the wheat off of the chaff. And here's our San Isidro Church in 1880. And just want to thank you for, paying attention to my presentation. And this is, a photo after a fiesta, and all the guys are out there with their little jugs. And my mother-in-law, she passed on Christmas Day, but she identified all these people. And her dad is this little 2-year-old, Herman Baca. And so that's basically my presentation. But, so what we call land use today was a completely unknown concept to the elders of Agua Fria Village. They used and conserved the land. Land division was done under Spanish common law, which values the commons, and not English common law, which values personal property rights. Spanish law was further codified by the Law of the Indies, which gave rights to indigenous peoples. So you need a 17th, 18th century mindset to understand what was going on with these land grant parcels. when, people built right up to El Camino Real de Adentro. They all needed to access the public road and will build really close to it because there was only horseback traffic in the day. In the Agua Fria Village oral histories for the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area that we did in 2015, people described how farming and grazing land was so important that the houses were all grouped together along the road. In fact, when Jose Jacinto Gallegos gave the land for San Isidro Church in 1835, people said, who would be crazy enough to give up good farmland for a church? And he said he would. So as the acequias ran through each property, and in order to ensure equal access to the ditch water, the land was divided into equal lengthwise pieces instead of in a block pattern. And this can be seen on even just the map of Area 1B that the county has provided. All these long strips. So the water was a part of the commons, and it was a matter of equitable access, kind of unheard of in our dog-eat-dog capitalism that we have now. And, what we're looking at Area 1B in, we know there's a couple of parcels that one of them for sure is going under a conservation easement. And so we were thinking, well, we could use the transfer of development rights to move those development rights back into the village. We have a 13 and a 17 acre parcel that we actually asked HomeWise to look at and be the fiscal agent for, but they weren't interested. And what we want to do is, both those owners said that it would cost them over $1 million to do the infrastructure to bring those development projects forward. So what we want to do is get the development rights and then use those to do some investments on, so we would have enough money. And so the city may be wanting this HomeWise property, and it's the very last hope that they have to have any affordable housing and so on and so forth. But, for Agua Fria, it may be the very same case. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mee.
Thank you. I just have a few words to finish, and thank you for everybody in the audience for indulging us to make this presentation, which was largely necessitated because of the challenges of the city injunction, questioning first our petition, which we've addressed, and then questioning the historical connection of Area 1B to the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community, which we have now addressed as well. Last week, William Mee and I appeared on the Richard Eads radio show and the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association radio show to discuss the future of land use, planning, and development of large and small areas within Area 1B. These discussions are recorded and are available for anyone to listen to, and you will hear an honest, open discussion about future development in Area 1B that can, should, and will happen in Santa Fe County. And again, nowhere in those discussions will you hear talk of exclusionary zoning or being against affordable housing. In fact, we welcome it. Quote, Richard Eads, the people you represent, they would be opposed to someone like HomeWise coming in. Would they be opposed to someone like HomeWise coming in and building homes? Myself answering, not at all. We've known HomeWise owns property in the area. We've talked with HomeWise over the years. HomeWise can build in the county as much as in the city. We are not opposed. When there is something to look at, let's all sit down and talk about it. This is not about HomeWise or development. Richard Eads, it's about 14 years. Myself, it's about 14 years and our right to self-determination of our local government. In closing, on behalf of the residents of Area 1B, we thank you for your time today. The ordinance before you today is born from a simple, single remedy that the settlement agreement affords us. 209 of the registered voters have re-signed the petition to include Area 1B in the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community. In our canvassing, we did not encounter any opposition. We respectfully ask the Board of County Commissioners to hear our reasoned and rightful voices, end our 14 years of limbo, and approve the ordinance to continue as their constituents, with the county having full authority over Area 1B. Thank you. Much gratitude for your time. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. So next we are going to go to the public hearing. So I would like to do a group swearing in, as long as the deputy clerk is okay with that. Deputy clerk, are you ready? Is that okay with you?
Let's get this on.
Okay. So if everyone who wishes to speak would please stand. Okay.
All right, folks, raise your right hand. And please answer the question after I ask it. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, when you come up to the microphone, you will state your name, address, and that you're under oath, and I will be here to remind you.
Okay, can you self-organize and start lining up to speak? Okay, let's do like 10 at a time in the lineup. Okay, perfect. Please join us, the first person.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners. My name is Edie Lopez de Vargas. And I'm one of those descendants, ancestral descendants that the gentleman talked about. We've been here a long time.
Okay, can you?
I'm here to urge you to delay any decision on this issue for at least 90 days.
Ma'am, can you say your name and address again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Edie Lopez Vargas, 330 Agua Poapi, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
And I'm here to urge you to delay your decision on this issue by at least 90 days until an assessment on this issue can be thoroughly thought out by you. This proposal has issues and problems that would prevent affordable housing in the northern part of Santa Fe. As you know, affordable housing is critical to Santa Fe, and this proposal is not being implemented for the benefit of the entire city. Although there are some affordable housing measures in the southern part of Santa Fe, it is insufficient. And further, this concentration in the southern side of the city is not ideal to fully integrate the entire community of Santa Fe. As I mentioned, my family founded Santa Fe and was here in 1598, and for centuries we have fully invested in seeing Santa Fe as a multicultural city. We thrived with the Native Americans, the artists, the merchants, yet we find ourselves unable to live in the city because of the affordability. And it is just not me, but it's the essential laboring people, like nurses, police officers, firemen who protect us, but yet cannot afford to live in the city. These people put their hard-earned effort and work to benefit the city, but do not have equitable housing access to its services. How can anyone, I understand getting 170 petitions, but is that how you decide for the rest of the city, by petition? The real injustice in this proposal is that it will benefit the affluent residents who do not want to see affordable homes. And this kind of smacks of privilege, out-of-state influence, and authoritarian and corruption getting in the way of rational and solid land use adjudication for us citizens. We should all be part of this. Please delay this issue until it is assessed by all your citizens, because as public service commissioners, which I admire, you can ensure and influence this decision and leave a positive and fair legacy of your time in office for all residents of Santa Fe.
Thank you.
My name is Veronica Toledo, and I work at HomeWise. I live at One Horse Peak. I oppose the proposed ordinance. I would like to present the over 200 petitions that we have gathered in opposition to this proposal. With extensive background on the situation, these individuals signed to fervently reject the exclusionary zoning and de facto segregation this proposal would cause. We just started talking to people and collecting these signatures less than 10 days ago, and we will continue to do so. Many of these individuals are here today virtually and in person. Others were unable to leave work to attend a 3 p.m. meeting. Most who signed are working families desperate for housing they can afford. We strongly encourage you to review the comments, many included with their signatures. We believe that because this proposal would affect our entire community, all these individuals deserve a voice, not just the people that live in the area. Today, you are met with an issue that has the potential to impact over 155,000 residents in Santa Fe County. Each of you represents a specific constituency that expects you to prioritize their needs. If the issue before you today impacted only the residents of Area 1B, deference to the commissioner whose district includes Area 1B would be appropriate. However, how Santa Fe grows affects us all. Declining enrollment in Santa Fe public schools and the recent report by the city showing an exodus of families from our community should be of grave concern to anyone who cares about the future of our city. Housing in Santa Fe has never been cheap, but the affordability crisis has deepened in recent years because there simply aren't enough homes to go around. If we don't want Santa Fe to become an exclusive haven for the affluent, we have to have homes that ordinary people can afford. Removing almost 1,100 acres from potential development will further constrict the housing supply and force more families out of our community. We urge you to vote against extending the boundaries of the Agua Fria Traditional Village, or at the very least, to table this ordinance to allow further analysis of the impact this proposal would have on our city. May I submit these for the record?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And Daniel, do we have, Daniel? Daniel, do we have a timer up?
Yeah, I can share one if...
We were encouraged not to? I'm sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Tamara Bonar, and my husband and I purchased property at 3401 Coyotillo Court in Area 1B in 1988. At that time, we all said everything west of St. Francis was considered the South Side. As a 23-year-old school teacher with the Santa Fe Public Schools, part of the very appeal of this area was that I knew that it was historically part of the village of Agua Fria, one of the oldest continuously inhabited areas in the USA, a vital and national heritage. And my husband and I wanted to work with others to protect and preserve the heritage of El Camino Real and the Santa Fe River Basin and its arroyos, which are critical not only for our water supply, but as wildlife corridors. Fast forward 20 years to 2007, when the city and county were negotiating the proposed annexation. Each of the affected areas was promised neighborhood meetings so citizens could voice whether we wanted to remain in the county or be annexed by the city. Some areas were swayed by the promise of hookups to city water and sewer, regular garbage collection, and road maintenance. But our area vociferously said no. We wanted to remain in the county and join Agua Fria Village. That's why there was a provision included in the 2008 agreement and extended in 2013 when it was amended. And this particular agreement ensured that we would be given the opportunity today, finally, to petition the County Commission and determine our final fate. The city has had 14 years to complete its annexation, and in all that time, no one from the city has ever reached out to us or acknowledged our concerns. In fact, this is the first time I have seen in person one of our councilors and the mayor. I'm very pleased to see them here today, finally. And this is what really disturbs me most as a history and civics teacher. For 14 years, we've been unable to vote in city elections, and yet the city has gone ahead by its own admission and been planning behind the scenes about how it was going to develop our area. Clearly, judging by the recent collapse of the West Alameda Bridge, it was not expending sufficient energy on how it was going to afford all of the promised road and construction maintenance, flood control, police and fire protection for an area that now numbers close to 1,000 residents, let alone for thousands of potential additional residents. I attended the April 5th meeting where we presented our petition. It was unanimously accepted by all of our county commissioners, for which I thank you. Thank you for following through on the county's commitment to us. This is what a government dealing with its people in good faith looks like. I will wrap up by saying the city of Santa Fe, on the other hand, in my opinion, has acted in bad faith and has betrayed us and the citizens of the other 17 areas, many of whom are frankly still awaiting services promised them all those years ago. As a registered voter in Area 1B, I wish to join the historic village of Agua Fria, where I'm committed to the vision that is stated very clearly in their master plan that was adopted in 2006 for a sustainable future. And it's easily available online, and I would urge everyone here who's never been to Area 1B, to the Agua Fria Village, to actually go and visit us, see what we're talking about, and read the master plan online. Thank you all very much.
My name is Joe Benar, and I should let my wife do my presentation. Joe Benar, I live at 3401 Cayetillo Court, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87547. It's 507. My wife and I bought our property in 1988. For 35 years, my wife and I have been law-abiding, tax-paying, community-supporting citizens of the county of Santa Fe. In 2007-2008, when the city and the county were crafting the annexation agreement, I attended a number of meetings with my neighbors speaking out against the annexation of our area. We made it clear that we wanted to remain in the county. Well, that day for us being able to speak out has come. We, the legally registered voters of Area 1B, have presented you with a petition representing over 50% of the registered area voters, asking you to allow us to join the city or the historic village of Agua Fria. Nothing more. You're going to hear mostly non-residents and outsiders of the affected area claim that you should deny our request. They will try to dissuade you from the essential question before you with buzzword propaganda, and if I may add, a smattering of BS. We, the petitioners, are not asking you to make any decisions today about zoning, affordable housing, land use master planning, or development, or anything else. Nor are we advocating for or against any of these issues. We are simply exercising our rights and the option given to us by the city and the county of Santa Fe in a legally recorded document to request to be included into the historic village of Agua Fria. As registered voters of the affected area, we urge you to grant our request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Please hold your applause. Okay, I appreciate to know that there are many people here who support one way or the other, but let's try and hold our applause. Next, please.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hanson and all the other commissioners. My name is Andrew Davis. I live at 3256 Buckman Road. My wife, before we got together, bought our property out there in 1978. And then subsequently, we bought the 3 other lots around us over time. And over the last years, I built a house for my dad, grew our house as our kids came along, built another house just recently as a rental, and also to have another house for our kids as they come back. And by God, they've begun to come back. So we have our own little establishment there right on the corner of right where we abut 599. So over the years, I've had to do a great deal of dealing with this, with the city. Initially, after the initial agreements, I used to have to go down and convince the city that they had to deal with me, because I would go to the county and the county would say, no, we don't do that anymore. You have to go to the city to get your building permit. I would go to the city would say, no, that's not us. So that was a pain in the neck. But anyway, over the years, I've done various buildings and had to deal with the city. The city has done nothing for us. I mean, in all this time, basically, we have had no representation whatsoever. And we've had to deal with the city and submit ourselves to city planning requirements about which we had no input at all. The culminating blow was the last house I built, which was just last year, where I got a bill for my building permit, which I'll hold up here, which was just short of $8,000. Of that, $2,141 was for city roads, just as an example. I don't know what it would have been if we'd been in the county, but it would have been less. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that our experience with the city and the county has led me to believe that in terms of planning for our area, the responsible body is the county. The city has just basically abandoned us all these last years and has not lived up to its commitments. The county, on the other hand, has done what it said. And so in terms of planning for the future, I think it makes a great deal more sense that we put ourselves in the hands of the county than to put ourselves in the hands of the city. I want to emphasize at the end that we know where we live. We live right at the corner of a major intersection. And whether we like it or not, development will occur on that intersection. We believe it should occur equitably. It should occur on both sides of 599, and it should involve our input. And I see the county as the best venue for us being able to express our input. We are in no sense opposed to high-density housing, affordable housing. It may well be that the area just below us would be an ideal place for that, but the county is the place to adjudicate that, to plan that, involving us in the process as it occurs. So I ask you to approve this, to make us part of Agua Fria as by far the best way to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
My name is Julie Fisher Melton. I'm a resident of 1B, 114 Coyote Ridge Trail. And I want to focus on the charge of NIMBYism today because as a scholar and somebody who's written books about grassroots coalitions in the rest of the world, I look at this alliance between our direct neighborhood at 1B and the traditional historic community as a really strong example of multi-income, multi-class political action. This is not a NIMBY effort by a small group of upper middle class people. This is a wide coalition. And as such, it has far more power potentially to change the politics of this whole area than simply a NIMBY group from one neighborhood. So I wanted to focus on that. I also want to focus on the potential of this coalition to have an impact on the wider area, because when we discuss affordable housing, the idea that it's us against them is very poisonous to rational political discussion. So we have to begin focusing. We have homeless in Santa Fe. We have lots of people who can't get affordable rental housing. And I think we might use this coalition and this group, which I hope fervently you will approve as part of the county, to push the city as well as other parts of the county into providing more affordable housing. This is a big issue, but it won't be solved by continuing inaction on the part of the city of Santa Fe, the government of the city of Santa Fe, which has done nothing to help our neighborhood for 14 years and seems to be really incapable of solving the larger issue of affordable housing in the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mellon. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maribel Cardona Hernandez, and I'm Hispanic. I see the history of all the Agua Fria, and I'm very proud of my Hispanic ancestors. And for me to be here today, I'm urge you to delay your decision on this issue by at least 90 days. To pay attention carefully of what decision you want to take. Because right now, we desperately need affordable houses for our people. We need affordable houses because my daughters and my sons, they work and works, they don't make a lot of money. When do you think they're going to have affordable house if the houses right now, you don't find any houses right now less than $500,000. This is my situation right now because I'm a businesswoman in Santa Fe for 16 years. And at this point, I tried to buy a house. What is the surprise that I cannot afford a house, being a businesswoman? Right now, I'm checking houses in another part of the state because of that. To move my house and to move my business to that point. Because we don't have selections, we don't have choices. We need somebody to pay attention in Santa Fe and county, whatever areas around our city, to understand we need affordable houses for our kids and for our grandkids. They are building huge buildings, apartments. What are guys doing? Who gonna pay the amount of money every month if that cost for rent is more than $1,000, more than $2,000 right now for 2 bedrooms apartment? I encourage you guys to pay attention to this and our needs in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann Lockhart, 82 Estrada Redonda, and I acknowledge I'm under oath. First of all, I want to say that I fully support Agua Fria Traditional Historic Village. Traditional communities, Agua Fria among them, are an important part of New Mexico's culture, and residents should have the ability to preserve their heritage from encroachment by nearby municipalities. I see what we have here as being a little different, though. I appreciate Mr. Mee's presentation, clearly demonstrating that the areas in 1B were once an important agricultural component of the Agua Fria Village. The state statute providing for the creation of traditional historic villages specifies that the area to be preserved must be an identifiable village, community, neighborhood, or district that is documented as being in existence for more than 100 years and includes structures and landmarks associated with the identity of the village and is an area with a distinctive character or traditional quality that can be distinguished from the surrounding areas or new developments in the vicinity. I don't see a lot of relationship today between the old Agua Fria traditional village and the land in 1B. And certainly, if the commission presses forward, there will be challenges on that basis. My family owns property in Area 1B near the city limits. It has been in the family for more than 60 years. In the mid-2000s, we were approached by a neighbor who, like us, had a long, skinny tract. He wanted to build a road down the middle of our properties and subdivide it into large lots, each with their own well and septic. My family did not want to participate in that kind of development. Instead, we approached additional neighbors, all of whom, like us, had owned their lands for decades, and broached the idea of combining our properties to create something better. We invited HomeWise to be part of that effort because we were interested in affordable housing. Together, we produced a conceptual master plan for a mixed income development with open space, trails, and yes, density. Density needed to cost-effectively provide sewer, water, and other services to residents. And density needed to provide critical affordable housing. When the Great Recession hit in 2008, our plans were thwarted. But now, a decade and a half later, HomeWise is moving forward with that original vision. They have our full support. Rather than having the commission support the unsustainable kind of a development that my family rejected years ago, we need you to lead. Vote no on this proposal and rejoin talks with the city in good faith to provide services to and allow for the annexation of Area 1B, as you committed to years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Jared O'Shell. I live at 2674 Buckman Road in Area 1B. In the 2008 settlement agreement and mutual release of claims, the city and county signed an agreement to annex 16 areas into the city. Area 1 was carved out with a standalone entry that reads, residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition or petitions with the Board of County Commissioners to include portions of Area 1 into the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Village prior to annexation, period. This stands alone without exception, and I would argue that it is the exception. It makes no mention of the state statute 1978 3-7-1.1 traditional historic community qualifications, as the village it mentions is already established and our link to it was drawn into this agreement and has been known. The city is breaking the very agreement they are using to attempt to annex us 14 years too late and against our will. They are attempting to stop the petition outlined in this agreement. They intend to further break it when you read entry C. I would like to also point out that this petition is of the electorate and not the landowners. The mutual release of claims section was supposed to stop any new lawsuits about this annexation matter. So how are they able to file an injunction when what we have done is completely spelled out in this agreement? Many would argue the city was the first to break the terms of this agreement by providing us 0 services in the timeline outlined. The city cannot continue to break promises. If my signature binds me by law, so should the signatures of the city's mayor, clerk, and attorney that was paired with the county's chair, clerk, and attorney's signatures. The city's injunction is trying to stop our petition. It is trying to stop this body from the state right outlined in this agreement and is claiming the county has broken this agreement in its reasonings. I would encourage the board vote on this, and if need be, take it to the Supreme Court of New Mexico, as this is our right they are ignoring. The county and city signed this, both the county and city signatures. If their signatures mean anything to you, I hope that their signatures mean something to you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good day. I appreciate the opportunity to appear at a public hearing on this matter. Thank you all. My name is Shane Woolbright. I'm the president of the Cerro del Sol Homeowners Association. Unlike most here, I live in the city limits, and so do all of my members. But we support your effort here. We support your effort. We border this particular area, and we do support. By way of background, I have 37 years of city planning background. I've drafted any number of city comprehensive plans in my time, was put in the Oklahoma Hall of Fame for my work in city government. And I want to tell you today, we have a new era upon us. My home has 500 watts of average connected electric load. Electric is the only thing a homeowner doesn't pay for. Under your codes and the city codes, they pay for the water and the sewer, the streets and the parks. They pay for the sidewalks and the lighting. They pay for the expensive plans for permits, inspections, They pay for everything except electric facilities. My 500-watt home has a very small bill, but I interviewed with people at HomeWise, and their homes are going to have about 15,000 watts of connected load. They're not going to be affordable because they're going to have $600 a month winter heating bills. Now, when those people come to buy a new home, they don't pay for the electric load. Everybody else does. The paper says we need 2,000 more units. 2,000 more HomeWise electric units will cost $100 million in facilities if all of those units are built and connected. Because they're going to have 15 times the load my home has for an EV, for resistance heating, for resistance water heating. You in the city, and I'm so glad the mayor is here, you in the city need to come to the table and have developers bring solar panels that connect all of the load and serve all of the load that they're bringing. They're bringing huge cost to all the rest of us because they're not picking up their share. And you in the city need to have every new building, business, and home have solar panels sufficient to cover their load so the rest of us don't have to pick up their cost. Let's remember that. It's not affordable if you got a $600 a month bill for your heating in the winter. Resistance heating doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Next, please.
Yeah, my name is Ed Crocker, C-R-O-C-K-E-R. I live at 82 Estrada Redonda, Santa Fe, 87506. By way of background, I lived in Agua Fria Village beginning in 1951. We lived in a two-room adobe house directly to the west of the schoolhouse. In 1955, my father traded a water well, which he drilled, to one of the Gonzalez family in Agua Fria Village for some land across the river, right uphill from the Pindi Pueblo that Mr. Mee illustrated earlier. So we moved into that house in 1955, and I lived there, still part of the Agua Fria Village extension, until I got married in 1968 and moved out. However, in that same house that my mother and father built, my son and his family still live there as members of the Agua Fria community. I'm speaking against including Area 1B in the county. I own 42 acres in the area that is in Area 1B, and we find it rather a stretch to think that the historic attributes of Agua Fria Village, the core village, extend that far east and still have any landmarks of any meaning to the village. I also note that, and looking at topographical maps from 1954 and 1961, that the area in between about where Hanson Lumber is now and Cerro del Sol subdivision is blank. There might have been one or two structures there, but nothing that I would consider even remotely significant in terms of attaching to the historic district. Finally, I think that the claim that was made by Mr. Mee that ownership has been essentially continuous based on surnames is a little bit disingenuous. The 42 acres that I own came into our family in 1962. The tract my son lives on now was acquired in 1951 or 52. And now that I've got a tract of land right next to the city limits that is about to get down-zoned if you pass this ordinance, I would consider a taking. And I believe that if the Agua Fria Village people are going to go around door to door and start collecting, they better be collecting something more than signatures, because I'm going to put up a fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crocker.
Hello, my name is Amanda Crocker, and I live at 1120 East Alameda, Santa Fe, East 7501. And I would just like to say that I have extremely fond memories of Agua Fria Village, not, from the 1900s, but from the 1970s. My brother and I would cross the San Isidro crossing to go to Amarante's store and buy Pop Rocks. I love the area is very near to my heart. My brother still lives in the same area as my father mentioned, and so I look to that past with a lot of love. But I encourage you to also look to the past with an eye to the future. I'm a mom in Santa Fe. And when I became a single mom with a 6-month-old child, I wanted to stay in my hometown where my family is. And the way I was able to do this was through HomeWise. I was able to buy a home as a single mom through HomeWise, and that started my journey as a homeowner. And now I don't live in a HomeWise home anymore, but I'll always remember the assistance that I was given by particularly that organization to stay in my hometown. I would like my son to stay in this hometown, his hometown as well. But do we really think he'll be able to? Do any of us think our kids are going to be able to live in this town? This town isn't untenable. You can't live here. And just to sort of reflect what my dad was saying, we own a tract of land in there. And rather than, development is going to happen, right? We're developing, it's a town of development. And we could develop our land to be 1-acre lots that everyone builds a well on and brings their own utilities into and make a ton of money. But we would rather see something sustainable happen in our town and something that's going to help more than certain developers with just dollar signs in their eyes. So I would respectfully request that you wait 90 days before making any decision on this, and I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam John Griego. I am a new resident, and my address is 1616 Jordan Logan Road. It happens to be at the end of Quailview Lane, right on the acequia there, or the running water. I was invited to attend this meeting today, and I can't say I could be any happier than to attend something of such a opportunity to see democracy at work for the people here. I'm very happy to be in attendance. I am 50 years old and a new landowner here in Santa Fe, so it was quite a process. I was also part of the democratic process to push House Bill 4 earlier this year. Anyways, I just feel like this is it's a very difficult situation because we're dealing with something so historical and the future of this great city, and to me personally, where do you find the balance? Where do you find the balance between human beings and preserving history ultimately in this situation? So for me, it's about a very thoughtful process. Can we educate ourselves on things like water, solar, whatever the process is going to be to develop the land? But I'm very grateful to have witnessed the history lesson in the beginning. I think that really helped me understand why the fight is so passionate here in this community. And I'm just here to give my support to thoughtful planning versus anything else. Certainly not about money. And thank you again for being a part of the democratic process.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, sorry to interject on that. We've had people that were sworn in at the beginning. If they would just acknowledge that they're under oath as they come up, that would be helpful for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize. So please, everyone, say that you are under oath, and so that we have that on the record.
Hi, I'm Michelle Monroe. I understand that I'm under oath. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and 710 Coyote Ridge Road. Madam Chair and County Commissioners, I am the wife of Sid Monroe. I'm not good at this. It's going to be really quick. I wasn't going to speak today. But after Mr. Lofton trespassed at our home yesterday and asked a television reporter to meet him on our driveway, blocking our way in or out, I wanted to get this information on the record. My husband has been targeted by the city's corporate partner, Mike Lofton, in many ways. Yesterday, driving to our home, uninvited, newspaper articles, interviews, and in published comments, he has accused my husband over and over of being bigoted on the subject of affordable housing, bigoted about who he would like as a neighbor, painting him as the villain standing between affordable housing and the city residents that he loves. My husband, a volunteer coach for 16 years, and a man that Mayor Gonzalez named a day after in this city for his work putting together a no barriers youth sports program. Sorry, I'm almost there. Mr. Lofton, who rarely, if ever, hears the word no and has no respect for privacy or the American democratic tenet, the people have spoken. I want to say that Lofton and the city's efforts, and they are partners, has not worked to intimidate my husband, but it has worked on me. It's a dangerous time to target one another because you never know who might interpret something and in desperation act on it. In the 40 years that I have been with Sid, there is only one kind of person he would prefer not to have as a neighbor, and that is a bully.
Please stop the applause.
You all have treated us with dignity and respect and due process. I know what the merits of our case are. I have faith. This is precisely why we've petitioned you to be our representative governing body. I am mad at myself for being afraid. I don't want my daughter to see me this way, and I hope to God none of you are.
Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Hello, my name is Debbie Harcharik. I live at 1000 Valerie Circle, and I attest that I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, I guess. So I'm a clinical social worker, and even before I got my degree, I've worked with all sorts of people in our community. I've worked with the homeless, I've worked with substance abuse, the elderly, the mentally ill. And though I'm not here, I have nothing to do with anything that's going on here as far as where people live, where they want houses built. I'm here for people. Every single day at my job, I hear at least 5 times I need housing. Every single day, 40 hours a week, I hear that. Every day I hear it. There's not affordable living here, and this is what concerns me. There's no space for entry-level workers. Our community is built on that entry-level worker. If we don't make space for them to be able to live in this community, where's that going to leave us? We can live at the top of our pyramids all we want, but if we destroy and crumble the bottom of that pyramid, where is that going to leave us as a community? We have to have affordable housing no matter where you build it, so that people that can live here. And we're not saying that, oh, people that are low income are drug addicts or this, they're not. That's insulting every high school graduate, every college graduate coming out of the community college, because all of these individuals will be entering into an entry-level position. And you can't live here. I have lived in Santa Fe for 40 years. I am a homeowner. I fell into predatory lending, and I'm here because HomeWise helped me. We would have lost our home that we've lived in for almost 30 years. I've born 3 children into this community. 2 of them still live here. 1 of them's a homeowner. and the other one can't do it. She has a master's degree in social work, and she can barely make it. And you're expecting somebody that is just coming out of high school, an associate's level, to make it in this community? We have to make space for everybody. I'm not here for a piece of land or this. We hear how people want to preserve their community, the integrity of who we are. That is the people. The people are the integrity of who we are. The culture is the people. The ancestry is the people. It isn't a piece of dirt. It is the people that is going to build on this environment to this community. And I'm telling you, it scares me. We can look at other communities all over the nation when they did not make space for their entry-level employees, when they crumbled the housing market, it collapsed their community. And we are driven by our tourism. And I don't care what kind of great chef you have, is that chef going to be willing to go and serve that to a patron? Because if you don't have a place where a waitress can earn a living, if you don't have a place where somebody can run those retail stores, then we're putting ourselves in a very bad place. And we need to take the time to realize what decisions we're making and how that's going to impact us. The majority of us will not even be on this earth in 50 years. We need to be mindful of that. What are we leaving our children? What legacy are we leaving behind? It terrifies me when I go into stores and say the pharmacy's closed due to lack of staffing. Pharmacy, it's not just the dollar store anymore. It's a pharmacy from lack of entry-level positions. And I'm not asking you for anything save two things. Give us time and give us thought. Think strongly of what the decisions that you're making are, because that's what we need. We need time and thought. We're not in a hurry. This place isn't going to disappear. Take the time to really think it through. Where are we going to be 10 years from now when we don't have people that even can afford to live here? That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought, because renting an apartment, my daughter's paying almost $2,000 a month for an apartment for her and her 14-year-old. She can barely make it as a master's degree social worker. And you expect people in entry-level positions to make it? And people are going to get tired of the commute from Albuquerque and other places to come here. With the price of gas and everything, we're collapsing our own community. You need to think outside the box. You need to think bigger, just in the whole dynamic of it. We need affordable housing, and wherever you put it, that's good. I hope that you take the time to think about this area. They wanted to be in the city, but now that we want to be there, they're upset about it. You know, we're sorry that things didn't work. I have a lot of compassion for my neighbors over there. I am a homeowner. I live on the opposite end of town. But for me, I have to stand up here and speak on the behalf of social justice. We have to support our people. We have to take care of the entry-level employees that sustain the worker bees, the ones that are on the ground level that are trying to build a family here. We have to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Pearls. I live at 2309 West Alameda, and I am under oath. I'm a resident of Area 1B in favor of the petition for the area to be included within the traditional historic community of Agua Fria. I live on multi-generational land that's been in my wife's family with my wife and kids. My mother and brother-in-laws are our neighbors. We live here and have chosen to raise our kids there because it is outside the city in a historic community. We have on the property now, and for the last 60 years, various animals that would not be permitted. It's moved into the city limits: chickens, ducks, geese, goats, pigs, horses. We enjoy the use of our well. We've invested a lot in that well and in the drinking water that it produces, and that's what we prefer. We understand that some of this might be eventually grandfathered in if we were annexed, but we've seen how that works and that it would be kind of a constant struggle with the city to maintain what we have now. So please support this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Mary Hall. I live at 202 Avenida Vista Grande in the county, and I am under oath. I'm going off my speech. The original earlier presentations were really interesting, history of land grants going back hundreds of years and showing that this area 1B has major historical significance and needs to be preserved. And I was struck also by something said in the presentation, he actually said it twice, was that severing part of Agua Fria by annexation does not erase the history. And that's so true. It doesn't have to be part of a historical district. We can still preserve the history. Things can still be done. It's done all over the country to recognize the history of an area. So historical preservation doesn't preclude annexation. So that was kind of one thing I thought. And then the other one was these properties that go back hundreds and hundreds of years or generations. That's amazing. And yet, on the other hand, what about all the rest of the people in the county, the vast majority of the people in the county who weren't fortunate enough to get free land in the 1600s because their parents and grandparents farmed it then when it was free? The rest of us are having to work to find land, and it's really hard. So I am here asking you to take 90 days and balance the need for historical preservation and today's very real need for affordable housing, also very real need for sustainable communities, communities where housing is not, where it's affordable, but where it also takes into consideration environmental concerns. And affordable housing and environmental concerns just are not compatible with the county densities of 1 or 2 dwelling units per acre. It just doesn't pencil out. And affordable housing doesn't work, sustainable communities, when my friends' kids and their families have to live in Albuquerque and commute every day, spewing pollution, taking their lives into their own hands so that they can at least work here, but they're having to live somewhere else because they can't afford it. It's also a little bit of selective preservation of history. We don't thrash our own wheat anymore, although that is what was done historically on the lands around Agua Fria. So we're kind of picking the parts of history that we want to preserve, the low-density housing, the rural lifestyle. It's already effectively so much part of the city. So again, I'm asking you to take 90 days to think about it and take 90 days and work on a solution. Many of the speakers said, hey, we're all for affordable housing. We were trying to figure out how to get something developed on our properties. Awesome. Let's work out a solution, figure out how to make that happen before we sign on the dotted line to annex it or to bring it into part of the historical village. If that's what you want to do, let's make sure that the pathways are there so that the people who live there and want to invite affordable housing really can do that. Work out the environmental considerations. Thank you.
My name is Tom Hirons. I live at 3448 Via Jana in the Ciego Lumbre subdivision. And we have a water system that was developed for that subdivision. We have septic tanks, and we take care of our own roads. So it's difficult for me to see what the city is going to provide with this annexation. So I speak against it.
Thank you. I'm gonna take a few people from that are online right at the moment. So will you? I believe that there are people online. I don't have a list, but I know there are people who have their hand raised.
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Diane Woods.
Is she there?
Yes, she's there. She's raising her hand. Go ahead and hit unmute, Ms. Woods.
Thank you. I couldn't unmute myself. My name's Diana Woods, and I have been sworn
I have
in.
to get you sworn in.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Woods, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Diana Woods. I live at 121 Moore Street in the Torreon neighborhood, and I have been sworn to tell the truth. I urge you to delay your decision on this issue by at least 90 days. First of all, I would like to thank the presenters for a really interesting educational presentation of the history of this very precious area. As residents continue to be pushed out of Santa Fe at an alarming rate, I'm talking about people who've lived here and their families have lived here for hundreds of years who can no longer afford to live here. We need more infill housing so residents can continue to live close to where they work and go to school. Also, so many people my age are being priced out of renting in Santa Fe. They're so stressed out, they don't know where they will go next. Also, people who work here have to drive an hour or two every day to get to work. Their kids are going to school in another place from where their parents are working. I really hope that you will wait until we can figure out how to create affordable housing in this area before you decide to approve the annexation. We really need to create affordable housing here in Santa Fe where people come from, where they work. If this land becomes part of an area all zoned R1, there will be no way to create desperately needed affordable housing in this area. Close to work. Thank you.
Next.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Moore and Gillum.
Thank you. My name is Mary Moore. I stood to take the oath. My address is 690 Camino Don Emilio. And I was a taxpayer.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
let me read the oath. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you already stated your name and address?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson, the board, community members, and honored guests. I was a taxpayer in Mora County for 40 years. I am now a taxpayer and voter in Area 1B, where I've been for 8 years. I feel I'm a victim, along with many others, of an organized propaganda effort to keep me from my right to petition. I grew up in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. I went to public schools. I worked to bring health services to underserved populations. But some would have you believe that I'm part of an elite plotting to deny affordable housing to the people of Santa Fe. And under oath, I swear that is not true. You know, if you read it, that the petition I signed has nothing to do, says nothing about affordable housing zoning or previously unknown plans of a housing corporation that I'm sorry, I never even heard of before. So are you a little bit curious about why I did sign the petition? It's really an exciting story. I signed it because I could not, at my own expense, get my private water meter on a shared well repaired. Plumbers wouldn't touch it until I got a city permit. The city didn't return my phone calls. I went to see them. They said to get a county permit and bring them a copy. The county said I didn't need a permit for a private meter. Still, the plumber demanded a permit. And finally, I contacted my county commissioner's office, who said, have the plumber call my office. And thank you, Commissioner Hanson. This is what I need. Not 14 years of promises, but a government that promptly responds and helps me instead of adding roadblocks and multiplying confusion. And that's why I signed it, why I'm asking to remain in the county. After listening to the other speakers today, I hope that you can separate these issues. One issue is affordable housing in the county, and the county isn't just Area 1B. And then how you want to proceed to solve that problem. But the other issue is very simply 14 years of promises and neglect and lack of infrastructure from the city. And I don't think anybody who spoke today would be more patient than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do one more.
Madam Chair, just for your information, there are 7 people that are raising their hands on WebEx. The next person is Dennis Aragon.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is where I take the oath.
Mr. Aragon, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dennis Aragon. My current address is 296 NM Highway 65 in Las Vegas, New Mexico. I was living in Santa Fe during the legislative session at 3300 Rufina Street. So I don't know if that counts me as an outsider. I'm here to urge this body to delay your decision on this issue by at least 90 days. I appreciate the historic presentation made at the beginning of the meeting, but I have to ask how many of those original families that the speaker mentioned still live in Agua Fria, and how many of them are priced out. I also have to ask the question that if everyone is on board with affordable housing, and this isn't an issue about affordable housing, then where is the affordable housing? I worked the legislative session and I was barely able to find a place to live. I was able to stay with my cousin for 2 months. And she is currently in the process of being forced out of Santa Fe. She's gonna have to start commuting from Las Vegas. I know tons of people in Las Vegas who the jobs are in Santa Fe. There should be housing for them in Santa Fe, but they're having to commute an hour. And keep in mind, during the winter, the weather conditions, especially in Glorieta, are not the best. Right? I'm 27 years old. I know tons of people my age who are, having to commute to Santa Fe because they can't afford to live in the city. I have a friend who works, and they work in places they're serving your community. I have my friend Esperanza Montoya, for example. She's a single mother of 2. She has a bachelor's degree in anthropology and sociology. She works at the women's shelter. Her job is serving women and families who need extra help. Essentially, this de facto prohibition on affordable housing and building new supply goes against what I thought Santa Fe and New Mexican values were. I believe that we valued diversity and inclusion and supported working class families. The needs of thousands of working class New Mexicans, most of whom are Hispanic or indigenous, who have to drive in upwards of 2 hours. I knew people working at the legislature who were commuting from Mora to work the legislative session, working up to 2 hours. I think these needs for people my age who are aspiring homeowners, and as someone who wants to continue work in government and the government service, might necessitate me having to move to Santa Fe. I would like that option. I would like housing to be legalized. I think these needs of thousands of working class New Mexicans overrules the needs of 170 people who signed the petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Daniel.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Daniel Slavin.
Mr. Slavin, are you there?
I am. It's slated, I guess.
All right, sir, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes. My name is Gabriel. James Slavin of 125 Sam Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, along with Diane Woods in the Torreon neighborhood. I am the Chief Development Officer and Chief Financial Officer for HomeWise. And I'm going to start with, I'm not here to attack anybody. What I am here to do is I'm going to start this a little off script and say I have been proud to work next to Mike Lofton for the past 6.5 years of my life. And I think he's a great human being who stands up for the right people in this community. So I do oppose the proposed ordinance, and I'm going to get to rational discussion because affordable housing cannot be built on private community wells. It cannot be built on private roads. It cannot be built on private septic. It needs public infrastructure, period. It needs public roads, public water, and public sewer. That's how we're going to have affordable housing. It's impossible financially, environmentally, or any sustainable planning to be making this ordinance go through. And effectively, it's a land use action. To do this in this way without any planning will just delay affordable housing development in this area for years to come. The current homes that I've looked up in all of Area 1B are on private wells, private, some community private septic. It's not sustainable. Public utilities are within the city's reach. They're at the southeast corner of West Alameda at Area B1. They're sitting right there. The city sewer is right down the river, underneath the river. It's sitting right there. It needs to be tied into. So this will just delay, and it doesn't, I don't see how anyone, R1, R2, R3, whatever the case, it needs major infrastructure, and that's public utilities. And that, for that reason, I urge you to vote against extending the boundaries of the Albuquerque Traditional Village. And I would ask that HomeWise and the people that work for HomeWise are donating and giving their time and life to the betterment of helping people build financial sustainability. It is nothing more, it is nothing less. And we're doing it because we feel that it's the right thing to do for this town. I appreciate the commissioner's time, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Next, Daniel.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Lisa Lopez.
Ms. Lopez? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Lisa Lopez. I live at 140 Candelario, Unit A, 87501, and I'm aware I'm under oath. I am here to urge you to delay your decision on this issue by at least 90 days. The proposal is problematic for me and my family as newcomers to Santa Fe since the fall of last year. We moved here because I accepted a school library position with the Santa Fe Public Schools, and my husband accepted a solar design job in northern New Mexico. We came from El Paso, Texas, and Ciudad Juarez, moving to Albuquerque to be close to family. My position with the Albuquerque Public Schools got cut after 2 years. And as we purchased our brand new home, our first home in 2021 in Albuquerque, we made the hard decision to move to Santa Fe and leave our beloved home, now a rental. We are now back to being renters near my workplace, which is Gonzalez Community School in northern Santa Fe. We have a 9-year-old who appreciates biking to school and zero commute for my work. We both attend the same campus. We are now paying greater rent, much greater, and utilities in Santa Fe. Our mortgage in Albuquerque is much less, and so are utilities, as we have solar panels in our home in Albuquerque. We want to sell our Albuquerque home to start looking for a home here, but the overinflated housing market is making that impossible. We are desperately looking for affordable housing options in northern Santa Fe. We want to stay to start building community for our daughter's sake. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Next, I'll do one more from online.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Taryn Nix.
Can y'all hear me?
Ms. Nix?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Okay. My name is Taryn Nix. I live at 947 Agua Fria in Santa Fe, and I am under oath. My official capacity here today is as one of the deputies at the New Mexico State Land Office. As you've heard this evening and maybe read in the newspapers, we have land that is within the 1B area. For those of you who don't know what the Land Office is, we are the biggest land management company in New Mexico, basically. We make money off of state lands to pay for public school. We have a very clear directive from our commissioner, Stephanie Garcia Richard, to do everything in our power to support affordable housing. Our land is not subjected to any kind of zoning, whether city or county. We do encourage our lessees to follow the rules of the area they're zoned in, but this would have no determination as to whether or not our land could be developed still for affordable housing. I do know that there has been affordable housing developed in the county in the last couple of years. I urge everyone to kind of let go a little bit of the fear mongering that's happening, because we support anything that the residents and the elected officials of this area want. So just wanted to let y'all know that. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Nix. Next, I will go to the gentleman in the blue shirt.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Borrego. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Fe, and I grew up in Area 1B just off West Alameda.
Sir, can you state your address and that you are under oath?
Yes, my current address is 823 Rio Vista Street, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Audits, budgeting, infrastructure, homelessness, crime, housing. Can you identify any aspect where our city hasn't failed? I have never witnessed our community so divided and in such a state of disrepair. Recently, I needed to contact someone in the land use department. I emailed and received no response after 2 weeks. To my surprise, when I attempted to call, I discovered that the city had removed all phone numbers from their website so they wouldn't be bothered by the public. While downtown proudly showcases fancy new electric car chargers, I'd much rather have the ability to drive down West Alameda to visit my parents and family. This situation only exemplifies where the mayor's priorities lie. Rather than addressing the lack of essential services our city desperately needs, he prioritizes extravagant ribbon-cutting ceremonies for projects downtown. Commissioners, I implore you to give careful consideration to the voices of your constituents. If you genuinely care for your community, you should not force the nightmare Mayor Weber has created upon them. Mike Lofton and the mayor seem to believe that they can intimidate the county and its residents with frivolous lawsuits. Please demonstrate that the desires of your constituents far outweigh theirs. And I'd like to add, I work in real estate in Santa Fe. I am 1,000,000% for affordable housing, and I've seen family and friends have to leave the city as a result of the lack of it. But this is a poorly run city issue that cannot and should not undertake more than what they currently have. Please don't force the county constituents to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. Next. Please hold your...
Madam Chair, members of the BCC, my name is Jared Applewhite. I live at 357 New Moon Overlook in Lamy. I'm under oath. Almost exactly 40 years ago, Ernie Romero and I had the distinct privilege of being asked to co-chair the Mayor's Task Force on Affordable Housing by then Mayor Louis Montano. We impaneled a really great group of, well, a bunch of us met every 2 weeks, including bankers, including home builders, including county officials, city officials, economists, and we came back to the city with our report called Where Will Our Children Live? And it was adopted unanimously, and we said, we're willing to roll up our sleeves and create an implementation plan. They asked us to, we did so. It also was adopted unanimously. And I just feel so fortunate and humbled that this community has such a keen interest in this topic. And in spite of the city's acquisition of the Bellama area, in spite of all the development of all the infrastructure work the city has done, the zoning incentives, the impact fees, the stalwart work of the Housing Trust, and particularly of HomeWise, guess what? As we sit here, almost half a century later, there are thousands of people who want to be part of our community, who drive over an hour each way to live here. And that's our good fortune, and it's also a pox. It's such a wonderful place to be. And part of it is our diversity, part of it is our culture, part of it is our history. Before the Spanish came to Agua Fria, there were all kind of Indios populations. So, this is a global problem. There are communities that are older than ours in Europe and in Asia that have vibrant affordable housing and affordable housing problems, but they have it, they struggle and they work, and they have become more dense over time. There are very few large parcels of land left. And I thank you for your service as public servants, elected officials, humbled by the work of county staff and city staff, and yet we have more to do. I have a grandson who would like to stay here, and so the tug between how many units can we support and how many people are we going to ask to live elsewhere in spite of wanting to be here is, it was tough 40 years ago. It's tough today. I urge you to utilize this property to the extent possible to solve this need, which indeed we're fortunate to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please. And please say that you're under oath.
My name is Celia Fiedler, and I live at 19 Ruta Sinobre, and I'm part of 1B. I came here with the understanding that the issue that was going to be discussed was annexation to the historical village. And yet, I have seen and heard so much about affordable housing. I did not think that was the topic under discussion. There is no one opposed to affordable housing. Come on, nobody's opposed to this. We all want to provide good living situations for everyone in the community. However, anyone who thinks there is no land available around Santa Fe, drive around a little. Take South 14. There's land. There's lots of land around Santa Fe. But that also is not the issue. The issue here is I really feel like we have been deterred from our actual purpose here today by a lot of rhetoric and smokescreen about affordable housing. Everyone I know supports it, but it's not about what we are here to do today. Today we are to talk about annexation. The residents of 1B have spoken. I believe this is our right, and I am very happy that our commissioners in the county have heard us, and I would respectfully like you to take into your consideration everything that was said here with regard to those of us who are already living in the area, who have a vested interest, both historical, cultural, and otherwise. And P.S., I couldn't afford to buy a house in Santa Fe either.
Thank you very much. I do want to say, for the record, that this is not about affordable housing. We, as a county, have a wonderful, strong, affordable housing plan that is about to be approved, that will provide housing throughout the county. And so I just want to re-emphasize that, because that is part of our plan, and there is no one on this commission who is opposed to affordable housing and building affordable housing. So if we'll continue, please. Okay, next.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Uval. My address is 1301 Seiler Road, 87507, and I understand that I am under oath. I am here representing HomeWise tonight. I am the Senior Director of Real Estate Development. I just want to take a few moments to talk about the opportunity that Area 1B offers. We know that families are leaving Santa Fe really because of the increase in housing costs, a problem that is really only getting worse in this community. To cite some stats, I know everyone's tired, so I'll keep it short. In the last 12 months alone, rents in Santa Fe have climbed over 7%. The median rent right now in Santa Fe is about $2,500, over $1,000 more than what is affordable to a low-income family. And not surprisingly, over 40% of Santa Fe's low-income renters spend more than half of their income on housing, necessitating hard choices between housing and other necessities like food and medicine. The chronic undersupply of housing is a major driver of the affordable housing crisis here in Santa Fe, which is why Area 1B represents an important opportunity to develop in a thoughtful and planned way that can have an impact on the affordable housing crisis here in Santa Fe. With that said, I urge you to vote against this ordinance and at the very least delay a vote by 90 days. Thank you.
Next, please. Under oath. Okay.
Okay, you haven't taken the oath yet? Nope. Lucky you. Here we go. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dale Stopler. I live at 710B Coyote Ridge Road, and I understand I'm under oath. I'm surprised that this request of 1B for being annexed into the Agua Fria Historical Village, which seemed as if it was a logical historical request, has been taken over by affordable housing. And I don't think anyone really believes here that 1B is going to cure affordable housing in Santa Fe. I'm sure not. It is the same in all cities around the country that are nice to live in. No longer can the youth afford housing or minimum wage workers. That isn't special to Santa Fe. What is special to Santa Fe is we have small roads. And what we are experiencing when affordable housing or larger tracts of land are used for multiple housing, it affects everyone that's trying to navigate our small roads. One reason why we wanted to go into the county is we were always off of Alameda waiting for somebody to do something about the roads, be it sidewalks, which could help, or making it safe to ride your bike, or taking down the rotten trees that could fall over at any time. So what happened? The bridge broke. Very classic for a road that is not taken care of. And so when we think about affordable housing, which I don't know anybody in my neighborhood that is against that, we need to plan it properly. We need to look at the aquifers. We need to figure out how we are going to actually access this area that we are talking about whenever we talk about affordable housing. So I just want to come back to why we're here. And we just wanted to be part of the Agua Fria neighborhood. And I feel that there's a great campaign started for affordable housing right here. I'd like to ask if anybody knows what is the cost of affordable housing. So these new units being built, I heard, could be hearsay, but that a studio apartment is $1,500. I don't call that affordable housing. So let us take a step and really grow wisely so that we can all enjoy navigating Santa Fe. No, can everybody live here? No. Why? Our houses are being bought as speculative houses for people that don't even live here. That's one problem we have. But what we need to understand is that nobody's against anybody coming into our area and doing right by our town. Please don't think that we are against affordable housing or that we have an agenda against any one person. We're here to be a part of this wonderful city we live in, but to do it respectfully and with a lot of thought. So waiting 3 more months to get, our petition agreed or not agreed has nothing to do with our petition. We have been wanting to be in the county. The city never did what they said they would do. So let's get her done. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie Jaramillo, 1301 Seiler Road, Building D, 87507, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I stand in opposition of this ordinance. My comments today will focus on one of many reasons for that opposition, and that is that Area 1B is not a traditional historic community. The New Mexico legislature established the traditional historic community designation in 1995 to help truly historic communities maintain their unique character. This designation was not intended as a way for established communities to prevent development outside of their existing boundaries. The effort to expand the boundaries of Agua Fria Village as a traditional historic community is an abuse of this designation. The criteria of the state statute to qualify as a traditional historic community are not met. Specifically, the criteria states to qualify as a traditional historic community, an area shall be an identifiable village, community, neighborhood, or district that can be documented as having existed for more than 100 years, where structures or landmarks that exist are associated with that traditional historic community. Over half of the 1,100 acres that make up Area 1B is vacant, over half. How is that considered identifiable? Furthermore, we've researched each individually built structure in Area 1B. I have reviewed the sketch and property descriptions online via the assessor's parcel map. There are no homes that exist that are more than 100 years old. I have here true and correct copies of this information showing that each year, each home was built and constructed. May I submit this for the record?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. The oldest home in Area 1B was built in 1940. There are only 21 homes in Area 1B that were built before 1980. The rest of the homes in Area 1B were built between 1980 and 2020. Area 1B is not a traditional historic community and does not meet the state statute criteria. I urge you to reject the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Rathy Casey. I'm at 1301 Siler Road. I understand that I'm under oath in telling the truth. I do have some prepared notes for today, but just before that, I wanted to say something for the record. I've heard some negative things being said about Mike Lofton today. He's a human being. His name is Mike. I just witnessed a woman verbally abuse him in the hallway. And I just wanted to say that Mike has been doing this for over 30 years, trying to put a roof over other people's heads, trying to make families' dreams possible. He's one of the hardest working people I know, and it is an honor to work for him. So my name is Rathy Casey, and I'm with HomeWise. I'm here today to speak in opposition of the proposed ordinance. I'm speaking today to say that allowing the annexation by the city will solve the residents' problems. Not completing this annexation will enable those problems to persist. This ordinance will enable those problems to persist. In 2008, the city and the county agreed to a comprehensive annexation plan. The annexation was to be completed in phases. Every phase is now complete, except the final phase, Area 1B. The city and the county have worked very diligently to finalize the last phase pursuant to a joint resolution adopted by the council and the commission in early 2022. The last meeting of the negotiation teams happened on January 4th. At the time, members of the negotiating teams were near agreement on the terms of annexation. So let this annexation continue on its intended path. Allowing city annexation to proceed would solve residents' problems. How, you may ask? Through provision of city services, building and operating of a new fire station at the city's expense to serve the area. In fact, the city has already received money from the state legislature to help build the fire station. Making needed improvements to West Alameda. Tying Area 1B into city infrastructure, which would end its over-reliance on environmentally problematic well and septic systems and allow for the construction of affordable housing. Two issues we are very concerned about. Also, it will ensure all residents can vote and have representation in city elections. Stopping the annexation, in contrast, will nullify the work of the negotiating teams and produce even greater jurisdictional ambiguity than already exists. It will make things worse. For example, if the county approves absorbing Area 1B into Agua Fria, zoning will revert to county's default agricultural ranching zoning, which allows for only one housing unit per 160 acres. This means that all the existing homes in the area will become non-conforming uses, complicating building permits and land use approvals. What we want for the future, many, many years to come, is for the city and county to work together to developing communities accessible for all of its citizens. This is about community, and that means everyone in your community. Let's take the time to do this together instead of making a decision today without looking at all our options. I urge this body to reject the proposed ordinance, or at the very least to delay voting long enough for the full implications of this decision to be studied, which affects all Santa Fe residents to be studied and fully understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Lofton, 1301 Siler Road. I'm under oath. First of all, I would like to extend my apologies to the Monroe family and for an encounter that Sid Monroe and I had yesterday around 3:45 on Coyote Ridge Road. I was not there to threaten the family or to anything that was. It was all what happened, and I'm a little rattled too because I've never had that. I've been trolled on social media by certain people, called all sorts of names. This has been, I think, and I'd really like us to calm down and try to work on what is best for the county, what is the best for our community. So I would really like to not have this be a personal thing. But what happened yesterday, I was invited by a TV station to be interviewed. Can you hear me on the mic okay? I was interviewed, I'm a tall guy. I was asked to be interviewed by a TV station. They suggested, why don't we go out to that site where the opposition is, Coyote Ridge. Our land is right around, over north of the Coyote Ridge subdivision. So I said, okay, well, we can go out there. And so I was doing an interview there on Coyote Ridge Road, which, by the way, is owned by HomeWise. It's an easement across HomeWise property that accesses Coyote Ridge. Well, look at the plat, and you can see. Well, I didn't know that you. I didn't know that was your.
I don't want to really. This is irrelevant.
Well,
to the
I just want.
testimony. And so, I appreciate your apology.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you want to be working together. Okay.
Yeah.
And so let's move
okay.
forward.
So anyway, I did not intend to trespass on anybody's land. That was not the intention. I want to thank you all for taking the time, and I know this has been a very busy month for everybody, and people have worked really hard to try to understand this issue and try to figure out what is right, and I appreciate that sincerely. I get the proposal to absorb the traditional, the Area 1B into the traditional village. I get why people are proposing that. I do think it creates more problems than it solves. The idea that we can separate zoning from affordable housing and divorce those as if they're unrelated is just not true. It's disingenuous. You have to have enough density. You have to have community water and sewer. You have to have the right kind of infrastructure, including connectivity and roads, to build affordable housing. So to say we're going to, so if this area remains in the county, the default zoning, if the way this ordinance is written now, goes to 1 unit per 160 acres. The county, I think the intention of the county would be to change that zoning at some point. But without water and sewer, the best you can do is 2.5 acre minimums, because you need a septic and a well. You can't build an affordable home. You can say you're for affordable housing, but if at the same time everything has to be 2.5 acre lots, those are completely contradictory things. You can't, they don't go together. You're asking people to believe in absurdity. In your heart, you may say you're for affordable housing, and you may say, well, there's plenty of land on Highway 14. But there's 600 acres here of land that could accommodate affordable housing. That's empty land. We're not talking about people's existing properties. And Sid Monroe and I had a very nice conversation yesterday, and we both pledged that we would continue that conversation after this and exchange cell phone numbers so we could get in touch with each other. We are very sincere that what happens there, if HomeWise is able to do some kind of development there that would be mixed income, but would have a really strong component of affordable housing, that it needs to take into account the interests of the existing neighborhoods, including Coyote Ridge. One of the things we've even talked about is maybe we avoid traffic going down from our land north of there, going down Coyote Ridge Road at all. Maybe we find other ways to have, there's another land that we own on the other side of Coyote Ridge that we could have a road go down between Coyote Ridge and Hanson Lumber that could also accommodate traffic, so we're not adding traffic to their road that they've been using now. And maybe a bike trail goes from our property onto Coyote Ridge Road that can access and then get across Alameda and get to the river trail and provide better connectivity so people could get in. You could ride a bike in 15 minutes downtown from this area if the trail connectivity was right. That's the kind of thing we would love to do here. And I think if we had the time to do the kind of planning and the time, and I'm still committed to getting with Sid and whoever else wants to get together, let's figure out what we could do together. Let's make that, but you need city utilities to do this. That's our objection here is it's not that we don't want to work with the county. We do want to work with the county. We want to work with the city. We want to work with the neighborhoods. We want to work with everybody. But it has to have city water and sewer to open up any of those doors. So we're very committed to finding a path forward. But it's like if we're going to this absorption into Agua Fria Village, I think, kills all possibilities of this. It's going to throw this whole area into greater limbo. I think that, I think the neighbors, the residents there, have a legitimate concern about that. This has been in limbo for a while. There's been confusion there, but we are so close to ending that confusion because people did such a good job, I think, on both sides, from everything I'm hearing, to negotiate a final agreement for annexation. That resolves the legal limbo, the jurisdictional limbo. It means people have representation and can vote in city elections. It solves a lot of these issues. And I get that not everybody wants to be in the city and people want to maintain the rural character of things and stuff, but no one's proposing to do away with the 2.5 acre lots that are already there. People chose to buy those homes for a reason. We need to respect it. We need to make sure that we're not negatively impacting that. And I would like to make sure that if the landowners can all work together in the rest of that area, is that we can actually add new amenities that benefit everyone, like public open space, not open space that's surrounding a home on 2.5 acre lots with a fence around it, but public open space that everyone can use, the trails that people can use, that you could ride your bike to work downtown. That's our vision. There should be public parks there where kids can play. We're very committed to that kind of thing. We'd like the opportunity to do that, and that's why we're just asking you to please table this so that we can come together and hope and calm down and get our rational brains on and say, could we work together? I think we're called to do that, and I appreciate you considering all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next.
I need to be sworn in.
All right, ma'am. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name's Elizabeth West, and I live in the South Capitol at 318 Senna Street, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
I see somebody's left something here, the Logitech. Is that yours? Okay, never mind. I'm not worried about that. I'm here in opposition, strong opposition to the annexation, especially at this time. And when I hear people say, let's wait 90 days or some bit of time, I would say maybe wait 10 years. I would trust the Agua Fria community, which it will be extended appropriately with some open space. That's part of historic and our cultural history in this place. I would expect them, after going through all of this, to be able to work with HomeWise or others when the time comes, and I trust them to do it. I am proud to live in a city that includes a village in the middle of it, just barely, and I am strongly opposed to annexation. But I think we can work things out. And I liked hearing, it was sort of a sales pitch from Mr. Lofton, but he's genial, and I think he means it sometimes. I really do. So that's the truth. I'm not trying to be funny, but the culture and the history is protected by landscape as well as a lot of other things we've been talking about. And apropos of affordable housing, it's all been said. I thought that was going to be the elephant in the room, but evidently everybody is talking about the elephant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Alan Weber. I'm under oath, and I live at 1330 Canyon Road, and I have the great honor of being the mayor of Santa Fe, the city. And it's good to be with my colleagues from the county tonight. Nice to see you. I'm here with our city manager and with Councilor Jamie Cassett because we take this issue very seriously, and we think it is a matter of real community concern, and it deserves a great deal of discussion. Yeah, of course. Sorry. I can understand and I can appreciate the frustration of residents in Area 1B. They feel that they haven't been heard. They look back on the record of annexation and wonder why it hasn't happened. The actual work to begin annexation on this one particular area dates back to 2018, not to the original annexation agreement. And in that time, the hearings, the work between the city and the county to come to an agreement really has focused only in the last year. And Madam Chair, you've been part of a negotiating group, as has Commissioner Hughes. From the city side, Councilor Lindell and Councilor Cassett have been meeting with you and your team in good spirit and in good faith for about a year. And I think you all know that we received from the county a counter offer, and it has become the recommendation of our negotiating team to the entire governing body that we accept your offer. And that would begin to clear the way for the actual completion of this long contemplated annexation. I think the issues here are many. Some involve a sense of people in Area 1B not being represented by the city. And the fact is, until they become a part of the city, we're really not in a position to provide services. In fact, our police department doesn't even have jurisdiction in that area, nor can we provide sewer or water or provide a voting right to people who aren't yet part of the city. But were this annexation to be completed, they would become part of the city, they would have police protection, they would have access to investments that would provide sewer and water. And I'm sorry? And there would be investment in infrastructure of roads and other improvements. Commissioner Hamilton, you and I have talked over the years about the importance of the environment when it comes to sewer and water and our water policy. We're working with you and with the entire county commission to make sure that our water future is sustainable. Madam Chair, you and I are members of the Coalition for an entirely sustainable future. The completion of this annexation is in the service of those shared values. Commissioner Green, you are one of the most outspoken people for environmental quality and for city-county cooperation. Completing this annexation in an orderly and legal manner would bring us even closer together as we look at ways we can address the many shared interests we have. They transcend. I agree with you, Madam Chair, it's not about affordable housing, it's about more than affordable housing. It's about a vision for the future that serves the interests of everybody in our community. And Commissioner Bustamante, you and I mostly have talked about education and how education is our future. I think bringing our communities closer together serves that goal as well. We have so many interests in common that to sit here for this hearing and to see so much anger and so much hostility and lack of trust, neighbor to neighbor and government to government, is to me very, very troubling. I think we need to reduce that level of anger. We need to increase trust and collaboration. The way to do that is to follow what we've already agreed to. We have a long-standing agreement to complete this annexation. We have an agreement in principle that has been recommended to the City Council and the governing body by our two negotiators based on the counteroffer that came from the county to us. We're ready to move forward with the terms of that agreement. At the same time, I think...
Mayor, does that include us loaning you money for the fire station?
Well, Councilor, you know that those are...
And I'm a commissioner.
I'm sorry, Commissioner and Madam Chair, you know that we're not allowed at this point to discuss any of the actual terms of the agreement as proposed, which is why I'm only referring to it in general as something that we're acceding to the counteroffer. But to put the terms of the counteroffer into public right now would not be legally allowed. The other thing I want to call to your attention is our concerns not only for the vision of the future, not just now, but 20 or 30 years into the future. I think we're also interested in the way in which annexation is supposed to be done. There's a legal process, and there are criteria for whether or not an area actually meets the law for becoming a traditional village. We think that those tests have not been met, and we'd like you to hit the pause button and take the time to dig deeper into both process and substance before you take a vote on something that could profoundly change the future of an entire section of what has been agreed to be part of the city and the underlying values, environmental as well as human and community-wise, that would be diverted by moving forward on making that Area 1B part of the traditional village. I really urge you to take more time, dig into it more deeply, look at the law, assess it yourself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor, for being here. But I want to just say a few things in response, because I feel that I have spoken to you about annexation since 2018. I think it's unfortunate that this is the manner and way that it had to come about, that we are speaking and communicating, because I think it is really, really important, and I have emphasized since I was elected that we needed to work more closely together. But I have not had that opportunity, unfortunately. I brought it forward to you in 2018 that the annexation agreement was expiring and that this area needed to be annexed, and that I also asked that you allow that to stay in the county, and that was ignored, so, you know, but the residents have chosen and have spoken. It also says in the annexation agreement, residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition or petitions with the Board of County Commissioners to include portions of Area 1 in the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Village prior to annexation. So that is what it says. That is, you know, we didn't make that up.
Madam Chair, couple of thoughts. We have, excuse me? Yeah, I was just asked, Madam Chair, matter of personal privilege. If you're going to have a dialogue with me, I respect the opportunity to respond. As you know, we've worked closely on a lot of things together. You and I have cooperated on the coalition to create a more sustainable state. We've been partners in that work. We've been on many a program together, and I believe that we have a working relationship that is pretty solid and pretty sound. It goes beyond you and me to the staff of the city, to committees on which the city council members and county commissioners work together. So I really think we have an essential shared set of values that I would love to see reinforced, strengthened, and built upon. I think we have to work together rather than find ways to disagree. It's always easy to disagree. It's much more valuable to find shared footing, not just on issues of annexation, but the underlying principles which involve quality of life and the future of our whole community. That's why we are all in public life, because we care about the future of our whole community, not just one section. As far as the quote you gave me, Commissioner, you're absolutely right. That's in the agreement, that the residents have the right to petition. That doesn't mean that you have to vote through and agree with that right. You have the right to say we disagree. You have the right to say we take your petition, but we don't approve it. And that is within your responsibility as you evaluate the terms and the conditions that would become effective were the area to join the traditional village. So nobody disputes the right to file a proper petition where the signatures have been properly vouched for and where everyone can look at them without anything blacked out. Everyone agrees that's within the right of every person in that area. You, as decision makers, are not obligated to vote in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor, for taking the time and coming to be with us.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is John Blair. I'm the Santa Fe City Manager, and I'm a proud resident of County Commission District 4. I was sworn in earlier. I live on Avenida de las Alturas, right by Santa Fe High School, and I'm aware that I'm under oath. Before I start, I just want to flag, the longer this meeting has gone, the more catcalling. Someone just screamed a vulgarity while the mayor was speaking. I'd like to ensure that the rules of decorum are enforced equally, regardless of what side people are speaking on. I also want to flag, people were just screaming time. There are countless people from the very beginning of this hearing who spoke well past the time without having people yell at them.
I'm letting everyone speak. I have not.
I'd just like to be able to do it without people yelling behind me.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you, and I have asked for that kind of decorum.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would be remiss if I didn't say good evening to our county manager, Mr. Schaefer, my good partner in crime. I am here to talk about affordable housing. No, I'm kidding. I'm not doing that. I am here to talk. That was a joke. Trying to lighten the mood. Sorry. I'm here to talk about the law. As was just mentioned, I think both by you, Madam Chair, and by the mayor, the petitioners absolutely have a right to submit a petition. We have some questions, we think, regarding the validity of the process where that was done and the tenor and the nature of the actual petitions themselves. And at the same time, there is legal statutory requirements that the petitioners have to meet in order for you to designate them a traditional historic village. There are 5, and they do not meet all 5. It's not permissive. You can't choose 1 or 2. They have to meet all 5, and they do not meet all 5. Area 1B, there are 3 requirements that Area 1B does not meet right now. One of which is that it is not an identifiable village, community, neighborhood, or district that can be documented as having existed for more than 100 years. We saw a great presentation today about the history. There's no question that people have lived in this land for thousands of years. That is not the same thing as the statutory requirement of this designation. The history is extraordinary. It's a part of why we all love being from Santa Fe and living here. That is not the same thing as the requirement here in this designation. We know from our city records that the vast majority of the structures that exist in this area were built at the earliest in the 1950s. The law requires over 100 years of historic significance in this area. That people lived there 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 2,000 years ago does not meet the requirement for what this law requires. The second criteria that is not met, Area 1B does not include structures or landmarks associated with the identity of the traditional historic community of Agua Fria. Yes, there are structures, I think there's a few structures that date from tribal communities, maybe hundreds of years beyond the Agua Fria community, but it does not relate directly to this designation. The third is that the area that's in question right now does not have a distinctive character or traditional quality that can be distinguished from the surrounding areas or new developments in the vicinity. It just doesn't. There are no examples of that at all that have been given either on the hearing when the ordinance was introduced or today in the hearing. Briefly, I just want to speak about some of the concerns around the process. When the petitions were initially produced and presented to you all, there was no transparent information to validate what had happened. The list of qualified electors was not submitted as part of the record. There was no number given of the number of signatures that were submitted at the time. There was no number of how many of those signatures actually had been authenticated as residents of the 1B area who signed the petitions. At the same time, the flaws of the petition themselves. You all have run for office. If one of your opponents filed petitions with no header on it, you wouldn't blink before you went to the county clerk and said, these are invalid, these aren't correct, you can't count on these. To the mayor's point and others, I feel the frustration of the people who live in this community, but they have to follow the process too. They have to follow the laws, and you have to ensure that what they've put forward to you meets the letter of the law. Madam Chair, thank you. One thing I want to add is that I don't want to say the AH term everyone's talking about, but one thing that people forget is outside of housing being the largest cost to most people who live in this country, the second largest cost is transportation costs. And the notion that we will just continue to ask you to build farther and farther down to Mexico 14 for people to have to drive 35 or 40 minutes into town isn't sustainable either. And again, that is putting a burden on people who are likely working multiple jobs to have to drive those 35 or 40 miles because they can't afford to live in the city center. I think that's the Velociraptors. That was a baby. And so outside of any concerns around affordable housing, The notion that we would build housing right in this neck of the woods of Area 1B, there's no question that 20 or 30 years from now, this part of Santa Fe County will be part of the city of Santa Fe. And it's in part, it should be intentional on our parts because we believe in smart growth. We believe in communities where people can walk to work, where they can walk to stores, they can bike to work, they can bike to stores, and they shouldn't have to get in their car and drive 40 minutes to have those services. I want to briefly comment, and then I'll be done, because I can feel the hissing, is the agreement that's in place now was a city-county agreement, that the annexation would be done in 3 phases. And that, yes, the third phase that's at discussion today was to have been done in 2018. So it's been 5 years, not 14 years or 15 years or 50 years. It was the agreement of the city and the county as part of this process that these residents would be subject to the land use policies of the city. That was an agreement that these 2 bodies made. I don't know that I was not working for the city, and I'm not aware that any of you were elected at the time. But that was a decision our elected officials made. So all this animosity that this is being done to these people of Area 1B was a decision made by the elected officials at that time collectively of the city and the county. At the same time, the only other city services that are provided to these residents right now is fire safety. Through a joint powers agreement between the city and the county, our firefighters are closest to a fire that is there. We will be there and we will serve those people and save their houses. But outside of that, it is not legal for us to provide services to non-residents. And so the frustration, people can laugh, being frustrated that the city of Santa Fe isn't providing free services to county residents would be like frustrating that the folks of Las Cruces aren't providing city services to the people who live in the county. That's an extreme example, but it's the notion of how government works. If and when this annexation goes through, and we're hopeful that it is and that you reject this petition, we are excited to engage with these residents, to meet with them and talk about what their needs are, to talk about what we need to do to build roads, to ensure they have the sewer and the other sort of services that they need, to establish timelines of when they can expect these services to be in place. There's a whole process that's a public process that, as you all will know, that will continue once we move forward with this annexation effort. There'll be public hearings, there'll be community meetings, there'll be plenty of opportunities for this public engagement so that all the voices can be heard. My final request would be, I think often I feel like there's a sentiment that gets lost in a sort of a county versus city mentality. And being a city resident and a proud resident of County Commission 4, I am hopeful that you will not put the desires of the few people who live in this Area 1B above the needs and the necessities of your other constituents who live in the city limits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Nice to see you, always.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You as well.
Next, welcome, Councilor Cassett. Good to see you.
Thank you. Very nice to see all of you. I am not sworn.
All right, then. Let's get you sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Cassett. I reside at 2831 Plaza Amaria. I am sworn.
Thank you.
And I am the city councilor who represents District 4, 1. We have 2 of us. And I am also one of the city members of the negotiating team. I wrote things down, but I'm going to go off script because this conversation has really made me think of something that I have struggled with since becoming elected, which is how do we balance the incredibly rich history that we have and honoring that history and remembering that history and recognizing it and bringing it forward and making sure that it's not lost with the incredibly different and challenging needs of the future. And what's interesting is that I normally think about this, in hundreds of years terms, but it's fascinating to think about it just in the last decade. I cannot speak directly, personally, as to what happened and annexation did not occur in this area on time in 2018. I've heard plenty. I've heard plenty from the county about what the city did wrong, plenty from the city about what the county did wrong, plenty about what everybody did wrong. Apparently there's blame to go around. What I can speak to is the last year and a few months that we have been negotiating. I take my job seriously, very seriously. I do not like to make decisions unless I understand the impact. I do not like to make decisions unless I understand what the unintended consequences, as far as I can figure them out, might be, and determining how to mitigate them. So in coming to the table to discuss this, and in our recommendations, the negotiating team, recommendations to the rest of the City Council, that we accept the latest terms brought forward by the county. It is not something that I would do lightly, nor is it something that I would do if I did not feel that the city was up to the task, nor is it something that I would do if I didn't think that it was within the best interest of the entire region. I understand that I represent District 4. That's who votes me in. Those are my constituents that I listen to. But this city is so small and so intertwined that there is no way that I cannot represent everybody and cannot be thinking about the overall impact of the things that we are doing. And so because I am coming forward to my colleagues and saying, I really do believe that despite the challenges that we have been through, and I know that everybody's been painting our negotiations as congenial, they've been in good faith, but there have been some dicey moments, and that's fine, that's important. You should disagree productively. Disagreement is what we need to do in order to be coming to an agreement, which we have. Now, what this agreement then allows us to do is it kicks off a very public process. As soon as we are able to make public the terms of the negotiation, it has to go through 2 joint city and county committees. It has to go through the ELUC and the ELUA, and one of them is made up of planning commissioners, and one of them is made up of councilors and county commissioners, and I admit I cannot remember which one is the ELUA and the ELUC, or how we pronounce them. But it does mean that there is representation from the governing bodies of both the county and the city, as well as the planning commissions of both the county and the city, to really be analyzing this process. And it is an opportunity for the public to really see what this means. What does it mean if we are going to complete annexation? What does this start to look like? What is the timeline? Why do we believe that we can provide the services that at this moment, because we have not completed annexation, we are not legally allowed to provide? So what does this start to look like? And we really get to take a look at this. So that's why I would ask you to pause this petition, to at least table it, to give the opportunity to really have this discussion about what this looks like for the public, what the city feels they can do, and where we think that this can really benefit us. And I think that that's an important process that needs to be had. Because again, what we do in one part of the city, in one part of the county, is going to impact our general growth. We know that this is a challenging time. We have housing shortages. We are facing climate change. We need to figure out how to do a better multimodal transit. We do not have great connectivity, and we need opportunities to do that. While we can find opportunities for the city and county to work together, and that is wonderful, and we do our best, we can do a better job of smartly planning this area if it is brought into the city. It is also really fortuitous timing in terms of us undergoing the update to our general plan in our Chapter 14. Because that means that we get to not only look at land use, but we get to look at how does land use interact with transit and transportation? How does it interact with the way that we want to build a sustainable city? And so I do believe that by at least tabling this decision, allowing us to move forward with the agreement that we have negotiated in good faith over 1 year and 2.5, 3 months, that has taken up a lot of staff time, a lot of my time, a lot of your time, Madam Chair, a lot of your time, Commissioner Hughes, if you are still in the...
He's online.
If you are still in the ether. Good to see you, or know that you're here.
I'm still here.
Good to hear from you. And Councilor Lindell's time. I do think that we have the ability to move forward with this, and that we do have the ability to really have a public, transparent conversation of what this looks like, of what the negotiation teams have come to agreement on, and what the plans look like. So I would urge you to table this and to allow that process to move forward. because it is still a process. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. There still are a lot of people that have to agree in order for this to occur. The other piece I would just say is that as somebody who put a lot of time into this negotiation, I think that the partnership between the city and the county and feeling like our time and our energy is something that would be respected is at risk here. We have, as I mentioned, a lot of really big challenging issues, and I have really appreciated my opportunity to meet with most of you to talk about how we can find partnership. And I think that it is crucial that the city and the county partner. I think that you need to be our closest partner as we tackle homelessness and housing and climate change and transit and whatever else is coming up that we don't know, but it's going to come smack us on the head. And if we are really able to work together and that there is that trust between these two bodies, between these two governments, I think we will be all the stronger to serve all of our constituents. So I thank you so much for allowing me to speak today, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Councilor
Cassett.
Cassett. Next, please.
I do believe I need to be sworn in. All right, raise your right hand, and if the young one would like to raise her right hand as well, she can. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name's Natalie Roy. I live on 2309 West Alameda, and I know I'm under oath.
Thank you.
The mayor and some people talked about the future. The future's great. Let's be part of the city. This is our future. They're not going to be around in 40 years. My kids will be around in 40 years. If we're part of the city now, we're not going to be able to raise chickens, goats. They're not going to know what that's like. They're not going to understand what it is to be part of Santa Fe, not this new upcoming Santa Fe, what's going on with it now, but Santa Fe the way it usually was when we were kids downtown skateboarding and playing on the plaza and having Cecil yell at us because we were being naughty or whatever it might have been. They're not going to know that, and that is so important for the future of true Santa Fe. Growth is great. We need that, but you don't need to make us part of the city to have that. We need to be able to run 4-H clubs. We need to be able to teach our children how to castrate goats if they need to, raise chickens and have pigs and all this stuff that is really going to bring truth and value to their lives. And that's why I really oppose being annexed into the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
I take it you also need to be sworn in.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You know what, Yvonne, is there a number of people who need to be sworn in? Maybe we could do another group swearing in. Would you please stand up and get in line, because I see some people who have come recently. So if you would please stand up and we do a group swearing in, I would be grateful.
All right, so for the folks who need to swear in, I'll read the oath and then you can reply, and then when you come up to the podium, you'll need to state your name and your address and also state that you're under oath. All right, so for everybody here, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Consuelo Pineda, 25C Paseo Nopal. Madam Chair and County Commissioners. My dad did not he did not inherit the property in 1B. He purchased it in the late 70s. He's a retired social worker, and he also did painting to help provide for his family. I've lived on Nopal most of my life. I'm 42 years old. I grew up with horses chickens and geese and any other animal that I can find. I went to Santa Fe Public Schools, Gonzales Elementary, Alameda Junior High, Capitol High School. I also graduated from the College of Santa Fe. I currently work at Rosario Cemetery here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's been around since the mid-1800s. I do that on a modest living because I believe in my community and my people and the residents of this area. I urge you to approve this petition swift and urgent. It's an urgent matter to the people who live here because the damage has already been done in the last 14 years. I think this is time that we heal. I think it's a time to move on and to move forward. I hear the mayor speaking about a quality of life, but if we cannot take care of the quality of life of the residents that are currently there, how can we add any more residents and take care of them? I hear a lot that has been said, that people understand how we feel, but in order to really empathize, you'd have to really be there. So with that, I do ask again that it be approved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is James Borrego. I've been sworn in twice. My address is number 5 Avenida de Sevilla, and I am a developer here in Santa Fe. I've gone through the development issues with both the city and the county. I've dealt with traditional communities, and this discussion of annexation reminds me of a kid whose eyes are bigger than his stomach. If we look around the city of Santa Fe right now, what can we see that the city has done correctly? We just had West Alameda, a couple blocks up from where I grew up. I was one of those little specks just south of Hanson, who Mr. Crocker referred to. I grew up there. But the roads collapsed. The day that the mayor gave his State of the City announcement, the road collapsed. What has the city of Santa Fe done correctly? And now they want to take in these hundreds and hundreds more acres. We've heard a lot of people talk about affordable housing here. I've contributed to affordable housing. We just donated property, land, to Habitat for Humanity. So I know what affordable is. A lot of my relatives can't live here in Santa Fe because of the cost of housing. And yet we listen to other developers, housing trust, that the cost of housing is based on the availability of utilities. He's quite correct. You can't build affordable housing on 2.5 acres. But the situation comes down is that when you start talking about affordable housing, 1 in 5 houses is affordable. The other 4 houses that developers are creating and selling are $700,000, $800,000, $900,000, often $1 million. That's part of the problem. So in annexing this area, what have you provided? What are you providing to the people that actually live there? You can't give them services. 14 years ago, we were the area from the city limits to 599, including Kayanapal and some of in my dad's area, was taken into the city. We still have no water. We still have no sewer in that area. What is the city going to do with this other area? They talk about affordable housing, but it's only 1 in 5. I urge you to consider this. Consider what the concept of traditional villages entails and move on with this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. It's good to see you.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Hilario Romero. I'm a resident of 1561 La Cieneguita, a truly affordable community built by the Santa Fe Community Housing Trust, when that's what it was called. It's called the Housing Trust now. It's a different animal. And so are all the other trusts and developments and everything else that's going on that has gone on in this city, especially for the last probably 7 or 8 years. And the problem is they don't get it, okay? To be a truly affordable place like Sharon Welsh did in the community I live in, they got the property almost donated. They got it on a discount, and then they brought in local builders, local architects, not from out of state, not from out of town, and they built those houses well. These houses are going to be there for a long, long time. Okay? And they also have things like radiant heat, and they are they have LEED quality. They follow that. They're solar. Some of them are solar sided. So I live in Pueblo Quemado, Agua Fria. That's my residence. And that got swallowed up by annexation. And the way it works with annexation is annexation comes in and the city just does whatever they want to do and they don't listen to anybody, for the most part, all over the country, including Santa Fe. And the next thing that happens is the developers. And usually they're already waiting in line. They're waiting in line, okay? And then the next thing that happens is urban sprawl. And then after urban sprawl, all the problems start happening. We were lucky because Sharon Welsh figured out a way to get all of the infrastructure in before it even started. And she worked very hard for that. And she worked on and on until a new administration came in and got rid of her. She was really doing the true thing. She was making it happen. She was doing affordable housing. My father in 1968, when he was city councilman pro tem mayor to George Gonzalez, Javier's father, they brought in the Model Cities program and the HUD low-income housing. And they built it in this town, and it is still standing today. So nobody can tell me about affordable housing, because I've seen it with my own eyes. And I lived, and I have relatives in Agua Fria since the beginning, and that's why I presented the history. I did not come here to talk about affordable housing because that is not the issue tonight. Never was, and it never should have gone into affordable housing because that's not the issue tonight. The issue tonight is whether the 1B residents, okay, who live in Agua Fria, and that's a fact, and I showed it to you on that presentation. All those maps don't lie. I'm sorry. And anybody who doesn't believe those maps is denying the truth. But the whole thing regarding the history and all of that, and the fact that somebody came up and said, you can't be in a historical village. They're not asking to be a historical village. They're asking to join a historical village. Join the historical village. And for that matter, David Vaca's father, who's been long since passed, told me there was a trading post at Carol Thomas's house. Carol Thomas. I just got on the phone with her again to verify that. And yes, Carol Thomas's house, which is on 1B, is a trading post that goes back before 1920. We're not sure on the exact date, but I will have that for you if you need it. So that is a historical landmark. But more important than that, those pueblos are historic landmarks. And this city has never, ever respected the Native American because it's built over everything. And the Spanish did that too. Those other pueblos downtown, where they dug them up and then they built something over them. So the whole thing is that I came here to make a presentation and educate the public to history. That's my profession. 45 years of higher education, university, teaching in New Mexico history. I have the background. I have the 3 degrees to teach that. So who's the expert around here? Somebody from the city that got here off the bus, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? I grew up here, and I saw this. I've seen this whole mess emerge and happen. And it's always been out of control, and it's still out of control. But these last 7 years, it has gone haywire. We are here to do that, and only that. And that's the decision you need to make. It has nothing to do with affordable housing. So we really need to get off the affordable housing kick and get on with what needs to be done here. And that is to allow these people to get in and be part and be members and join the Agua Fria Historical Community, which it has been since 1607 anyway. And if you want my maps, I have them very clear and in copies and everything, and I want to turn this in as evidence to show and prove that there have been structures on that property, and they are historic because the Girones were there, the Parelas were there, all those families, they lived on that land. And just because their houses are not there anymore, that they crumbled to the ground, there's a torreon on the top of the ridge. There's a torreon. I saw it myself with my own eyes because Williamine took me there, and there's the base of it there. There's a torreon. That means there has always been people living in that area all the way until today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Next, Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Frank Herdman. I am under oath. I am the attorney for 3 property owners in Area 1B. They are Sky Santa Fe LLC, Buckman Development LLC, and HomeWise Inc. Together, they own 4 lots within Area 1B, 4 separate lots, totaling more than 205 acres, which equates to approximately 19% of Area 1B. My clients strongly oppose the designation of Area 1B, including their 4 lots, as part of the traditional historic community for several reasons. And Madam Chair, I have included my client's objections in a letter from me dated today that's been provided to all of you. You have copies of it in front of you, and I've also given a copy of that to the stenographer, and I request that that, together with all of the exhibits, be made a part of the record, and it should be considered a part of my testimony, which I incorporate by reference. I also provided a copy of that letter to the county attorney earlier today in advance of the meeting. Madam Chair, I know this has been touched upon before, but I think it's worth emphasizing. The decision before you today is not discretionary, it's not political, and it's not a matter of right. The decision before you, rather, the petitions before you, come before you this afternoon, I think it's now evening, as a result of frustrations regarding the annexation process. However legitimate those concerns may be, and I mean no disrespect to those who have articulated them, they're not relevant to this proceeding today. The issue before you is a very discrete, simple, factual issue. And the question is whether or not the petitioners have satisfied their burden of proof to demonstrate that Area 1B satisfies the qualifications for a traditional historic community under Section 3-7-1.1 of the New Mexico Annotated Statutes. I remind this body that this body will be required under New Mexico law to adopt a written decision that sets forth the substantial, competent evidence that would support a finding of each and every element under that statute. And I submit to you, you will not be able to do that based on the evidence or the testimony that's presented to you this evening. Area 1B simply does not remotely meet the requirements of that statute. You have before you a copy of a map that is my Exhibit K to my materials. This map shows the current state of affairs within Area 1B. The blue indicates vacant lots. You will see that the area is now comprised of large vacant lots, together with a myriad of approximately well over 200 smaller lots, ranging in size from 2.5 acres to even less, reflecting relatively modern and recent residential development within the area. There was previous testimony that none of the homes within the area are remotely close to 100 years old, which is one of the requirements under the statute. You'll also see that the current land use patterns do not remotely reflect the presentations by Mr. Mee as well as Mr. Romero, in which they described the previous land use patterns and configurations of the lots. The fact of the matter is, Area 1B today reflects modern development. You'll also see that the development, the residential development in the southwest corner of Area 1B is separated by a vast number of large lots, vacant lots, relative to the residential development in the northeast corner of the property. In other words, there's nothing within the current state of affairs within Area 1B that satisfies the statutory requirements that requires you to find that there is an identifiable village, community, neighborhood, or district that can be documented as having existed for more than 100 years. 2, that the area includes structures, plural, or landmarks, plural, that are associated with the identity of that specific village, and that the area have a distinct character or traditional quality that can be distinguished from surrounding areas or new development in the vicinity. Mr. Mee's presentation, as well as Mr. Romero's presentation, confirm that the historic land use patterns within this area actually extend far beyond what is currently Area 1B. There's nothing remotely distinct historically about Area 1B from the surrounding area. Today, it certainly does not constitute an identifiable village having an identity that is more than 100 years old. And as a consequence, this body will not be able to adopt the required written decision identifying the particular substantial evidence that will be scrutinized by a district court, I assure you, in the event that that finding is not met. The county relies upon, and I just want to add, Mr. Romero emphasizes a trading post that was apparently now a home. And I submit that one structure within over 1,000 acres does not constitute an identifiable village having a documented existence of more than 100 years. It's simply, the statutory requirements have not been satisfied. I want to talk about the county's or the petitioner's reliance upon the 1995 ordinance that established the village of Agua Fria originally. Apparently, as I understand from the staff memo, the county, maybe the staff, maybe the petitioners rely upon that ordinance as evidence that Area 1B constitutes a traditional historic community. If you look at that evidence, you will not find any discrete factual findings that explain how the criteria was satisfied. They're not there. It simply restates in a conclusionary fashion the criteria itself. Moreover, that ordinance was amended in 1996 to exclude Area 1B. It was amended again in 2004, in 2006, and in 2008 to encompass areas that do not include Area 1B. So that 1995 ordinance can by no means be relied upon as substantial evidence necessary to satisfy the criteria. I also want to touch upon an issue that's come up regarding what happens if the county prevails upon its, or the petitioners prevail upon their request that this matter be included into or made a part of the traditional historic community. There's been discussion that the zoning will resort to one dwelling unit per 160 acres. I want to emphasize that that's true, and I want to explain in detail why it is, so that there's no doubt that every property owner in this building today who owns property, their zoning will resort to the zoning that is equivalent to the ranch lands surrounding Stanley, New Mexico. That is not anything that any property owner should wish for. So why is this the case? So if you currently look at the county zoning map, for all of Area 1B, if you look at what the existing zoning is designated, it states, and I quote, municipal annexation area and is not under county zoning jurisdiction, end quote. Section 8.4.3 of the Santa Fe Sustainable Land Development Code states, and I quote, any property to which the SLDC applies that is not depicted on the zoning map with a zoning district established in Chapter 8 of the SLDC shall be deemed to be located in the AR zoning district, end quote. Section 8.6.1.3 of the SLDC provides that the permitted density of the AR zoning district is one dwelling per 160 acres. There is not a 160-acre lot within Area 1B. As a consequence, every lot in Area 1B, if this petition is granted, would become a non-conforming lot and non-compliant with existing zoning. That can have some extremely serious legal consequences on the property owners, including my clients who have larger properties which may not be subject to development or possibly not subject to further subdivision because Section 4.6.10.3 of the SLDC states that non-conforming lots may not be reduced in size. We're verging on a constitutional taking, and the county needs to be aware of the very severe potential legal consequences of what's being proposed here this evening. And I do not exaggerate. In addition, because this would constitute a downzoning, New Mexico law imposes on the zoning authority some very particular important requirements. And these are set forth in the case of the Albuquerque Commons Partnership case that involved a case involving the city of Albuquerque that resulted in a downzoning that was found to be unlawful for a variety of reasons, and I have to say resulted in a substantial multi-million-dollar judgment against the city of Albuquerque. But among other things, if there is going to be a downzoning, the zoning authority is required to set forth very clearly in written findings that the existing zoning, or the change in zoning rather, was required because there was a change in the community or the original zoning was a mistake. There's no plausible way that this body can find that a change from the R1 zoning that is currently designated on the city's zoning map to agricultural zoning is in any way justified and would meet those standards. Lastly, I want to talk about the provision in the settlement agreement, which states, and it has been cited several times this evening, that qualified electors within Area 1B can come forward and submit a petition to the board for potential inclusion into the traditional historic community. That, nevertheless, requires this body to find that the requirements have been satisfied. It is not a matter of right, and this body is not bound by the petitions that come before you. Moreover, after the settlement agreement was signed, the city and the county entered into the Joint Powers Agreement. The Joint Powers Agreement expressly provides that the city's zoning authority, that the zoning authority over Area 1, including Area 1B, is delegated to the city of Santa Fe. Part of that agreement provided that both the city and the county would create what was called the Santa Fe Extraterritorial Land Use Authority, which was created. The Joint Powers Agreement provides that that body would adopt by ordinance a delegation of that zoning authority. That ordinance was adopted in 2009 by the so-called ALUA. That ordinance remains in effect today, and it specifically states that the zoning authority belongs to the city of Santa Fe. This body does not have the power to repeal or amend that, because that is an ordinance of the ALUA, and its members include members of the city council and potentially the mayor. So if you proceed to do what the petitioners are requesting to do today, and if the county attorney is correct that the zoning would revert back to the city, you will have a train wreck. Why? Because you have an existing ordinance that delegates the zoning to the city. You have the city attorney telling you, no, the zoning authority has now reverted back to the county. Imagine an individual who needs to get a permit to fix their roof, their leaking roof, and there's an ongoing train wreck and a dispute as to who has the requisite authority to issue that permit. That's not anything that this body should wish upon the residents or the property owners within this area. There are some very serious legal consequences of what is being proposed this evening. They have not been thought out. They have not been reviewed, and they have not been considered. You have heard repeatedly a request that this must be delayed. That is a very wise thing to do, because there needs to be further evaluation. And I'll end with, I think there's been some very heartfelt testimony on behalf of representatives of the city of Santa Fe that the annexation is the right thing to do. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman. Next.
My name is Rick Borrego. I live at 3401B West Alameda, and I've been sworn in.
Hi, Mr.
Madam
Borrego.
Chair and Commissioners, I'll keep my comments brief as I know it's already getting late. I just wanted to make everyone aware, my parents purchased the property where I live currently next to them back in 1950. There was, at the time that they purchased their property, there was an irrigation ditch that ran across their property, and they used it for irrigation. The water since dried up, so it's no longer there, but I think that signifies some historical significance to this area. My father still lives there, and he currently still raises cattle at his place there on Alameda. My kids grew up there, and they raise sheep and other livestock for 4-H. So I think it is significant and should be considered as part of the traditional village. Just to give a little background, I have had to deal with the city in trying to obtain building permits in this area, and it was a nightmare. Just, took probably close to a year, and without any kind of representation, because we're not part of the city. It was hard to get their attention, get recognized, and in our experiences in developing other subdivisions, I think the city, or I know the city actually drives up the price of housing due to the time and effort that it takes to get a development approved. All the years and the bureaucracy that we have to deal with to get some approved in the city, it's time is money. It just keeps driving up the cost of the development. With regard to the question of affordable housing, I know it shouldn't be about that, but it seems like a lot of the talk tonight is centered on it. I'm kind of offended on your behalf because everybody seems to think that the county doesn't have any affordable housing or affordable housing programs. In our experience doing developments, I know that the county does have a robust affordable housing program, so I'm not sure why people think that, by not having this area annexed, that it would stop any of the affordable housing. I think that's about all I have to say tonight, and I would encourage you to go ahead and approve this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. It's good to see you. Mr. Gallegos?
Brad Gallegos. My address is 971 Verdino Lane. I actually own a piece of property in the area in question. And
Did you say you were sworn in?
I am sworn in. I just would like to say, first, I hear the community, and I think the community is all for the village. But I also see what the developers are and the big plan or the big picture the city is trying to persuade. But the question is, where is the city? The city's taken so long to understand the philosophy of Santa Fe all over again. Every time we get an elected mayor that's coming from out of the state or whatever the case may be, it takes them a whole century or a decade for them to learn what Santa Fe is all about. And it's unfortunate that we have to see this time and time again. But and I'm not saying that the city has done anything bad. It's just the way Santa Fe's been rolling. We had, and with the administrations and the way they work in packs. You know, if you're not on their team, you're on that team. And it's just unfortunate to say that. But as it goes when it comes with, do I support what the village wants to do? I do support what the village wants to do. I do support the people that are petitioning. I have talked to my neighbors. I have talked to friends that are around there. But I also am in support with the big landowners. As me owning about 27 acres, I would consider myself a big landowner in that area, right? But so what I would suggest is, why can't we carve out that whole section of the landowners and call it a day? You guys have an amendment in front of you as commissioners. You guys could take a pencil and change that right there, right off the board, and sign off on it today. It would alleviate the landowners' problems, and it would make every person who signed that committee, that petition, happy. You have a straight compromise. And it hasn't been brought up at all in this commission. I'm not even quite sure why. You can do it. I don't understand why people are just going at each other. The mayor said, I was watching the mayor talk to you, Commissioner, and you were talking back and trying to get your points and your opinions off, and it's just not working. And everybody in this room, if you actually sat around a table, it took 14 years for you to call the city to the table to say, okay, we're going to go someplace else, because Agua Fria Village is more than happy to take that responsibility. Why not just split it off? If these guys over here at the city, or the landowners, want to split it off now. You can get a piece of paper, you can get every land over here and say, I want this way off, and it could be done. If you could end this conversation today. Right now, everybody would be happy. I know all your constituents would be, and I'm a constituent. I'm in that zone. I'm just trying to give you a different point of view than everybody else in here, because, and going back to the affordable house, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it in a nice way. Everybody in here does not know affordable housing. None of you guys do. Not the HomeWise, not the city, not the county, because no one cares that they're housing a 1,300 square foot house right now in Santa Fe, doesn't matter where at, brand new, is going for $468,000 at the minimum. That's not affordable. You guys it's kind of embarrassing how Santa Fe has picked up this realm saying, oh, I've got a piece of it all. And I don't know if this is going to hurt my business or not, because I'm in the mortgage business, I'm in the banking business, I do work with the builders, I do work the cities and the counties, but it's time to start thinking smart. No one's thought about the right ways to think and right ways to do. Come on, let's fix it. I wish, and I'm going to say it since HomeWise is here, because I love you guys, by the way, end of the story, but I'm going to say it. HomeWise, stop selling your houses for $500,000 and get it right. You are a non-profit. The city, stop taking so long to get the permits out for these developers, so they have to raise their prices to $500,000 for these homes. There's so many things that you guys can all do as a peaceful, as a business, but you guys aren't thinking. It's all for yourselves. Everybody has a piece of it. The county, I respect all of you guys. You guys have been doing a great job. Every one of your commissioners. I'm not going to diss on anybody on that. But I do want to say I am for the annexation, but I am also split off the large pieces. They're looking at the map. Everybody who's everybody who has a problem with the property the way it is, you could cut it off and you can sign off on it today. You have the right as commissioners to break it off. And then you guys could have a separation. Everybody walks away as a winner.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Got a lot of stuff to go over. No, I'm just kidding. It's just notes. My name is Van Lammer. I live at 24 Peacock Alley. I've lived in that house for...
Are you sworn in?
I am sworn. I've been there for 13 years. One of the things that I want to address is the utilities and infrastructure that is not there. The city went into Cayenne Paul and De Las Vistas up to Buckman Recycling Plant and ground that road up, I don't know, 5 or 7 years ago, and it's a disaster, and it's been that way, and they haven't fixed it. They haven't done anything with it. Cayenne Paul has become a through traffic street, which it didn't used to be when I first moved there. Now it's a through traffic street. There's pavement falling off the sides of it, and I don't know if that's the city's or that's the county's, but it's falling apart, and it needs to be serviced. Currently, the city has issues with, obviously, Alameda. We have water breaks, water mains that are breaking throughout the city, and it continues to happen. I know that Baca Street had a break in it for, I don't know, that lasted for 2 months, I think, that we had to go another direction. They can't control their own area, and they want to control our area of 1B, where we've been independent. Most of us have wells that are on septic. We're fine. We've been fine. We take care of our own roads, and we do our own thing. The county's been great. They always respond to us. The mayor said something about, we're not annexed into the city, so we're not allowed to vote in the city, but they're more than glad to take our money for permits to do anything in our area and then spend the money. I don't know where they put it, because obviously they're not working on roads in any part of the city, because the whole city's a disaster. Every time you drive down the road, you wonder if you're going to hit that 3-foot deep pothole. One of the other things I want to bring to your attention is that the lawyer for HomeWise, Big Sky, Buckman Development, and HomeWise mysteriously all have the same home address and are represented online by the same person. So I don't know how that happens. I'm a firefighter and I live in that area. I afforded a home, and I afforded a home 7 years ago when I bought it. I don't work in Santa Fe. I work in Los Alamos. I was at the Roundhouse when they petitioned for money for the new fire department, and I know they didn't get the full allotment they needed. One of the things that the city can't do right now either is put out for bond, because they're behind on their audits. We all know that. We're all in the same place. We know that the utility director that was working for the county and now is the utility director for the city didn't leave willingly. He left because he had to. There's multiple things and multiple problems going on within the city that we don't want to deal with and we can sustain within the county. I wanted to reiterate the settlement agreement that says we have the right to do what we're doing today. We didn't come to you out of the willy-nilly. It's written in an agreement between the county and the city. And it's been there since 2008. And I find it miraculously that all of a sudden for the last 14 years, nothing's been done. You said it yourself that they haven't been willing to act. And all of a sudden, well, we're there now. We'll take your statement and we'll take what you've brought to us in a cooperative agreement and we'll make it work. That's pretty miraculous that happened in, 30 days after 14 years? I'm amazed by that. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. I have not been sworn in yet.
Well, let me fix that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, and for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, thank you. Elena Gonzalez. I'm representing HomeWise at 1301 Siler Road. I understand I've been sworn in and I am under oath. And I know we're not here to give definitions of affordable housing, but I wanted to just have a response to the last few people that had some comments. And so we try very hard to dispel the myth that affordable housing means cheap sticks and bricks, like there's going to be a cheap house built. What we do at HomeWise is so difficult to help borrowers. We make a house affordable to the family. And so you might say, oh my gosh, how are you going to make a $500,000 house or $300,000 house affordable to a borrower? Well, the city of Santa Fe has inclusionary zoning, as we all know, but it's not just 1 in 5. We strive for sometimes 30, 40, 50% in a subdivision to make affordable. We work tirelessly to raise resources to make it affordable for that buyer. So they're living right next to you. You don't know that that family might have gotten $150,000 or $250,000 in an affordable lien, a deferred lien. So they are only paying $200,000. And that's what they can afford, the single moms, the teachers, everybody you heard from. It's a house that's made affordable to them. And so we pride ourselves on that. And the firefighter who just spoke, thank you for your service. We are working with the city of Santa Fe, for example, on extra additional deferred assistance for firefighters and police officers, $50,000 on top of the affordability lien in some of our affordable subdivisions or affordable houses. So it's fantastic. We know we need first responders. And if this is annexed into the city of Santa Fe, we will continue all of that and more. So we have mixed income families living amongst all of us. You know, I just wanted to talk about that and say it's going to be an effort that we will all appreciate when we change our paradigm of thinking about affordable housing. It means take the person, the borrower, you, me, all of us. They're the center of what we do. We make the house affordable for that family. It costs just as much to build that house for somebody that can afford market rate as it does the affordable housing. It's the financing, it's the structure of that. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Davis, and I reside at 3406 Via Brisa, and I know I'm under oath. I'm part of the 1B in the petition. I've been sitting here now for 5.5 hours, listening to all the comments, and I'm really amazed at how much attention is now being given to the area that I live. I bought my house in 2009 with the idea that eventually it was going to be annexed by the city. At that time, prior to that time, I had been living in the city, and I thought city annexation would be a good thing. Trash, sewer, water, electrical. Over time, that's changed as I've seen the city streets deteriorate. I've seen city services not be available. The mayor mentioned that the city can't provide services to us. But as another speaker said, they have no problem taking our money for a permit. We paid $2,300 for a permit to do some work to our house. I don't know what happened to that city money, the money that was spent to that city, but I do know that it didn't provide me any services. The attorney who was speaking just a while ago mentioned about a horrible situation where we don't know whether we get a permit from the county or from the city. Well, guess what? That's where we are now. We're in that limbo right now. I really would just like this limbo to end. This is not about affordable housing. It's about the right of a people to petition, which is granted by the terms of the annexation agreement. So here's our petition. We've gotten the signatures. We've gotten the signatures twice. Please vote now. What's going to happen in 90 days, except perhaps a more concerted effort to be against what we've requested. So thank you for the time, and I ask that you vote on this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, do we have any more people online?
Madam Chair, currently there are 7 people waiting to speak online.
Okay.
The first speaker is Ruben Macias.
Thank you.
Ruben, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name is Ruben Macias. I reside at 5207 Via Nube, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87507, and I have been sworn in. I just want to start with saying I really think that us as Santa Feans have lost our way. We need to be much more inclusionary, and the way that Santa Fe's population has grown, it seems to be that a lot of us are out of touch. I mean, Coca-Cola is not a nickel. The minimum wage is not $4 anymore. We need to start being in the now and allowing people that live here to be able to afford to live here. And we need to stop pushing out our baggers at the grocery store, our waiters at the restaurants. The employees across our city can no longer afford to live here. And if that means that we need to use this piece of land for affordable housing, then so be it. We need to start thinking about the residents of the city and what their living situation is, and we need to move away from what the wants of a small group is, and we need to move forward into actually helping the citizens of this city. I believe the conversation has been centered around my employer, HomeWise, which I do apologize. I do want to disclose that I am an employee of HomeWise. But this conversation is much bigger than HomeWise. This is about exclusionary zoning in Santa Fe, not just affordable housing. We've created a situation where working class families, young people, and others that are trying to make ends meet are often priced out of desirable neighborhoods. This has a ripple effect on our community as it limits access to education, healthcare, jobs, and other opportunities. I mean, I have said this before in city council meetings. I work 2 jobs and I'm barely making in Santa Fe. I have seen all my friends leave. I have seen the educated young individuals of this city leave for better opportunity. We're not just going to lose them. We're going to lose employees. We're going to lose firefighters, nurses, doctors, whatever it may be. The inventory of homes is low. So even if somebody could afford it, there's not much here. There's not much opportunity. We need to start thinking about the future, and I hope that we could come together as a city and figure out solutions instead of, fighting with each other, which it seems that it's all we've been doing, including myself. We really need to come together and figure this out, and I hope that we can work together to develop this into an affordable housing project and into a interconnected city where we can easily get to our access to healthcare, to grocery stores, to whatever it may be. Yes, there's plenty of land around Santa Fe, but if we get pushed out to Highway 14 or anywhere else, we're going to be farther and farther away from those resources, and it's going to cause a whole other mess, which is more fatalities on the road, more pollution. It's just not fair to the younger people in Santa Fe and even older individuals that can't afford to live here. So thank you. I appreciate the time to speak, and I hope we can postpone this or figure something out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Kelly O'Donnell.
Kelly, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Are you muted?
Apologies, I do.
Okay. And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath.
Sure. My name is Kelly O'Donnell. My address is 1301 Siler Road in Santa Fe, and I know I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission, for the opportunity to speak today. I am the Chief Research and Policy Officer at HomeWise, and I am speaking today to urge you to delay making a decision on this really critical matter for at least 90 days. My comments, I have many reasons for opposing this ordinance, but my comments today are going to focus on the term exclusionary zoning because it's been brought up several times today. A lot of people who've spoken today have asserted that they support affordable housing and claim not to understand the connection between the land use decision you're going to make or you're considering today and housing affordability. Hyper-local decision-making and failure to consider land use decisions in the context of the broader community's needs is a major reason we're here today, and these sorts of meetings are going on all over the country where cities are having similar problems. Allowing Agua Fria Village to absorb almost 1,100 acres of semi-adjacent land would preclude city and water and sewer and impose low-density zoning, thereby eliminating any chances for affordable housing. While I don't think the proponents of this ordinance are segregationists, we can't deny that our country has a long, sad history of using land use rules as tools of segregation. The 1968 Fair Housing Act prohibited discrimination in housing, but discrimination didn't go away, it went underground. Today, single-family zoning and density restrictions prevent mixed-use and multifamily developments from coexisting with single-family detached homes throughout the country. Such tactics are deemed exclusionary zoning because they prevent people of different races, classes, and income levels from living side by side. This is rarely the intention or the stated intention of exclusionary land use policies. People have lots of reasons for supporting land use restrictions. But whatever the reason is, whatever the motivation is, a divided community is what these restrictions produce. While exclusion is not the explicit intent, it is the inevitable outcome. And I can understand the desire to have control over land in close proximity to one's home. However, in this instance, and in many instances, human wants and needs often come into conflict. Santa Fe has a really severe housing crisis. I think we've heard a lot of testimony today to support that. In instances such as this, where the needs of many, in this case, an affordable place to live, close to where you work and where your kids go to school, have to come before the preferences of a few for lower densities or even better services, frankly. This is a situation that impacts us all. And the decision that you make today will also impact us all. Therefore, I strongly urge you to take a little time, a few months, to fully consider the implications, not just for the residents of Area 1B, but for all residents of Santa Fe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Rachel Gilman.
Rachel? Let's make sure you're unmuted.
Hi, good evening. My apologies. My kiddo came and found me. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Gilman. I reside on Calle Honamelia, Santa Fe 87501. And I am under oath. I'm also disclosing that I am a HomeWise employee, but I come to you today as a native Santa Fean. I urge you all and ask you all to postpone your decision this evening for at least 90 days as you take into consideration all the testimony that you've heard today, along with hopefully more fact-finding on your own behalf. If I understood the zoning correctly yesterday and some of the older information that I was reading about the village of Agua Fria, I live basically one street off from one of the original borders in Barrio La Cañada, and now that is part of the city. And I enjoy the many benefits that I receive as someone who resides in the city. We have city water and they take care of the sewers. We have electric, we have parks, and my favorite is the river trail, which is very close to this neighborhood. Many people have talked about the ease with which when we have higher density housing, we can get to the coffee shop and the grocery store and even the school or work for many folks. I'm lucky to ride my bike a lot, and not only do I enjoy it, but I also know that it lessens my carbon footprint. And that's really important to me in our beautiful city where we have some of the cleanest air around, but it's also really important to me and my family for our daughter and her friends and that next generation. Not only all of those things, but we also bought our house about 7 years ago, and a similar house on our street just sold for $400,000 more than we bought our house for in just 7 years. And so, yes, I am also here to advocate for the affordable housing element that comes with this. And I understand that there's a lot more involved as well. And I understand that just one tract of land can't change this and will not solve our affordable housing problem that we have in Santa Fe and New Mexico and our country. But by suggesting that Highway 14 and other Southside communities are where we should be building instead of the other parts of the city, we overload those communities, we overload those roads and the schools and more, along with all the other infrastructure. So I urge you please to delay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Vicente Avila Miramontes.
Vicente? Hi,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Vicente Avila Miramontes. I live at 73 Cochiti West, and I understand that I am under oath.
Thank you.
So I urge everybody to delay the vote for at least 90 days. The current home crisis has affected many individuals, especially those seeking homes. I have seen this specifically with coworkers as well as family members having to live outside of Santa Fe, however, commuting every day back and forth to work. My parents were able to purchase their home back in 2008. However, the prices have doubled, if not more, in value, as well as surrounding homes. I have been fortunate enough to live at home. However, if it was just for myself, I would not be able to afford it. And I do currently have my bachelor's degree, and I'm currently going towards my master's degree. The rising price of homes affects individuals specifically in my age range, which is young adults, as I am currently 25. As we are attempting to begin a foundation and develop and buy a house. Once again, I urge you to please delay your vote for a minimum of 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicente. Next speaker.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Joanna Gilligan.
Hello, I need to be sworn in.
Ms. Gilligan, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Great. My name is Johanna Gilligan. My address is 1301 Silo Road, and I know that I'm on record.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. My name, as I said, is Johanna Gilligan, and I'm the Chief External Affairs Officer at HomeWise. Nice to see you all, and thank you for hanging through a long evening of testimony. I'm also a native Santa Fean. I am here to oppose the ordinance before the commission. My opposition is grounded in my belief that poor urban planning contributes to climate change. The original vision for the proposed annexation of Area 1B into the city of Santa Fe was to contain the growth of Santa Fe within a defined area to prevent sprawl. All phases of this annexation have been completed in accordance with this vision except for Area 1B. This is not a remote rural area, but instead Area 1B sits in the geographic center of the city, albeit on the north side. This makes it an area viable for public transit and biking connectivity. In fact, the site is only 20 minutes from both Midtown and downtown. However, absorption into the Agua Fria Village would derail any possibility of building more affordable and walkable mixed-use, mixed-income communities in Area 1B. Hearing people say tonight that this is not an issue related to affordable housing is just plain inaccurate. Every land use decision is an affordable housing decision, just as every land use decision is also a decision about the future sustainability of our city. Default zoning in the county, as we've heard, is incredibly low density. Low density precludes the ability to create walkable and bikeable communities because it precludes the ability to have transit-oriented development, which is exactly the kind of development that allows people to live without a car. Public transportation requires sufficient ridership, which requires a sufficient number of people in the area. So it's really just numbers. You cannot have public transit and single-family home development. They are incompatible. Low-density zoning pushes us all further into the use of cars at exactly a time when we need to move away from them. Furthermore, we know when development is suppressed or driven from one part of town, it happens in another. In this case, instead of happening within the center of the city, it will most likely happen on the southern edge of the city, furthering the sprawl development that has been taking place over time since I was a kid. We know that this is not good for the environment. It also straddles future residents with the increased living costs of driving further to take their kids to school, to go to work, to socialize, etc. As we've published in our own reports, 1/3 of Santa Fe's workforce already commutes into the city from outside of town. Many of our own clients end up moving to Rio Rancho because they cannot find housing they can afford in Santa Fe. All of this contributes to us driving more, which obviously produces more carbon emissions, something we really cannot afford given the current ecological crises that climate change is wreaking. I really have no doubt that everyone here and all members of the commission care about the climate and our fellow residents and want to ensure that we make Santa Fe a livable city for everyone. It's critical to note, however, that we need to not only care about these issues, we need to work together to bring affordable housing and sustainable land use to life. And what drives that is zoning. So the annexation into the city of Santa Fe of this central area is the best way to ensure that we develop a vision for the 530 acres of vacant land that is sustainable and thoughtful and plans well for the environmental challenges we all face. Decisions we make now lock in our climate impact for generations to come. I urge you to vote against extending the boundaries of Agua Fria Traditional Village, or at the very least, table this ordinance to allow further analysis of the impact this proposal would have on our city. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more?
Madam Chair, we have 2 more speakers signed up online. The next one is Monique Mays.
Ms. Mays?
Yes.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Monique Mays. I live at 33 Paseo Nopal, and I am speaking under oath.
Thank you.
I am a city employee. I've been a city employee for over 20 years. And today I'm petitioning to be added to the historical Agua Fria Village. Being a city employee for 20 years, I've seen many things. And today we're talking about petitioning to stay in the county. And as a city employee, I would like to speak to the points of what I have dealt with being a city employee and trying to move into a property that I share with my mother. In 2021, I was able to afford a mobile home and place that on my mom's property. We went back and forth for a year trying to get the correct permits, get all the things we needed to get so I could live in my mobile home. it took about a year for us to go back and forth dealing with the county and the city, my employer. And finally, after lots of back and forth, the old fire chief Babcock allowed me to move in. They were telling us that we needed to put a suppression tank in, and we paid all these fees, and we were in the presumptive city limits. Presumptive was meant to be that we were supposed to be getting these services. And the city, my employer fell through on that end of the bargain. I don't feel that this agreement was done in good faith. And that's why I would like to petition to be in the historical village of Agua Fria. There's been a lot of, I guess the thing about this is it seems like the friction between it is between the haves and the have-nots. And it seems more like the issue is money. We're talking about affordable housing, but affordable for me is a mobile home. But the issue between that the opposing side has proposed is affordable housing. But as an employee, I could tell you that HomeWise, they have many contracts with the city, and if affordable housing, if they had a solution, we wouldn't be talking about this today, because they've been around for a long time and they have a lot of contracts, and and their interest in this petition seems to be driven by lucrative monetary that seems to be that their push in under an affordable housing guise. So anyway, thank you for your time. Again, I would like to petition to be in the historical village of Agua Fria and removed from the city annexation process, because as a city employee, I feel that the county is much more organized and can be a better holder for us in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Next.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Jordan Young.
Jordan?
Hi.
Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the
My
record,
name is
before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jordan Young. I live at 616 Acequia Madre, 87505, and I understand that my testimony is under oath. As a citizen of Santa Fe and a person who has lived here for 8 years, I've watched my friends come and go, unable to find housing and adequate housing. And I've watched this impact the workforce in Santa Fe and many of my friends at nonprofits and other businesses. And it makes me sad to think about Santa Fe not being able to support regular working people. As someone who cares about affordable housing, it has been mentioned that this discussion is not about affordable housing. Exclusionary zoning absolutely has to do with affordable housing. Exclusionary zoning is one of the many tools that people come up with, like historic preservation and environmental concerns, to block development. This results in a lack of inventory, and low inventory means higher prices and less availability for people who need homes. It's frustrating to be in a place where I am watching citizens of Santa Fe belittle and get vicious against an organization that works day and night to provide affordable housing and has to navigate this exhausting system that the city has created to build and do things. And it's a sign that we need to do better and come up with better policies and processes so that things can be built. Participating, this is considered a democratic process, and it's been an exhausting day. As someone who cares about affordable housing, I want to show up and speak, but the fact that this is what is required and the fact that people are attacking the one organization that perseveres through the permitting process, the endless bureaucracy of the city to build, it's disgusting. And I just want to see all of us in our city do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Rachel Thompson.
Hi, I think I need to be sworn in. Or
All right,
sworn
Rachel?
at or something.
Well, hopefully there'll be no swearing at, but please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And I'm Rachel Thompson. I live at
record before you-
3306.
All right, state your name, address, and that you are under oath.
Rachel Thompson, 3306 Camino Cielo Vista, and I'm under oath. I have to say, listening to this, there was some email going around that suggested we just put a statue of the mayor on the plaza. And I'm starting to think we should put up a statue of Mike Lofton instead, because they just are the one organization who knows how to get anything done in the city. I have dealt with Mike Lofton and HomeWise, including Johanna, in a previous land use case. I just want to say a couple of things. It's a $206 million organization at least. It's a very powerful organization, and you might not know that. And Johanna I'm sorry, her lobbyist policy-making colleague of our recent, probably pretty expensive hires, and they're switching over to a mixed-use model. They used to just build houses, and now they're really getting very active down in Albuquerque. This is a very big, very capable company, and we should keep track of that. And, along those lines, I was looking at their website, and they have a page that says, "Who are our clients?" And they list their clients by household, by age group, and by employer, and categories of employers for the people who they assist. And I'll just say that 7% of them so far are in hospitality. Most are in much higher earning types of jobs, more professional jobs. They're not necessarily, these are not low-skilled jobs, people who they're working with. But I would really like to see, especially since they're using the term exclusionary zoning, which at its base is a racial issue, and I'll explain that. I would like to see HomeWise's breakdown by race, since they seem to think, I wonder about race, whether it exists sort of at all in Santa Fe, but income level, because sometimes I feel like promises are being made that actually are not being fulfilled. And so I want to go to Kelly's mention of the word exclusionary zoning. Exclusionary zoning is an explicit policy that was undertaken in the early part of the 20th century when in 1917, pure racial segregation was struck down as illegal. And so what it was exclusionary zoning grew up, and it grew up in large cities. It did not grow up in places like this. Santa Fe's first zoning law that I can find was 1933 or 34, and what it consisted of was limiting the building heights downtown. So, there's your concern. It was not on the periphery, it was downtown. But it is a term that's been used. It's very used very frequently now because for good reasons, and that is cities and a sort of a reactivated HUD are looking at policies to begin to undo what was conscious segregation policy, and it's resulted in that. And I listened to William Mee's presentation, and I look at our land, and I just think, there's just no way that the term exclusionary zoning should ever be used to describe what we have in Santa Fe. We simply don't. We are a different animal. We're much smaller than cities like Chicago or St. Louis or, Seattle, where you have deeply entrenched racial boundaries. And I think it offends people. That's why I bring it up. I think the word NIMBY offends people. And I think it's sort of under the covers, it sort of imputes a kind of motive, even though Kelly would say, it's nobody's fault, it's nobody's fault. Still, the words have that. And I would really like to hear Mike Lofton and his staff, backed by the mayor, say, we will not use this kind of language, which is potentially divisive. And, the mayor is well known for saying, we can disagree without being disagreeable. And Mike wants us to calm down and use our rational brains. I'm really discouraged that only when this has gone off the HomeWise script is there any real opposition to what's going on. And when it goes off the HomeWise script, I can tell you that HomeWise has a toolbox, and you've seen some of it tonight, of ways that they can redirect the conversation to the issue of affordable housing and then beat people over the head with it so that you can feel absolutely ashamed. If you're a homeowner, you have a roof over your house and you care about anything other than affordable housing. And I think it's really damaging. I loved what we saw happen in the city earlier this week, when the council passed language to advance a safe outdoor space. That sounds like problem solving to me. This doesn't sound like problem solving to me. This sounds like some post facto kumbaya conversation where it's like, whoa, this isn't going the way I want. Can we just sit down and really have a good discussion about this? It's a little late in the game. And I don't hear that HomeWise actually cares about the experience of the people who live in Agua Fria. I totally support their effort to get the services that they need. And I just don't get this kind of, let's sit down, but this good cop, bad cop thing where it's like, we really want to sit down and talk to you. And by the way, if this doesn't go the way we want, we're going to sue the pants off of you. And I think that's what we heard very clearly with the lawyer. So I'm very, very disappointed in HomeWise. I'm disappointed in the mayor. I would expect a much higher road. And lastly, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak, I can't afford to live in my hometown. I can never move. Everybody in my town moved out of our hometown. None of us can afford to go back there. It's just all over the country. And I also want to say that according to the 2019 census, the average commute in this country, and it takes in, the desert, the cities, the average commute in this country is 27 minutes. Yes, it would be great, discussed with horror. People have many reasons to live in places where they don't work. Their wife may work in Albuquerque. They may have customers in Albuquerque. The schools may be better in Rio Rancho. And I'll stop there, except for one last thing. Our laws, our ordinances in the city, and obviously in this case, because there have been petitions, we are advised to gather petitions. And we did this in the case of the city. And that petition was used almost as a way, if you became a target, if you were on that petition, you were like, what are you doing? You're part of this elite. You're part of this, older white population that wants to keep us out. And despite completely the facts, those are not the people I've seen tonight testifying from Agua Fria. So I urge the mayor and Mike Lofton and the staff of HomeWise to disown the words NIMBY and the phrase exclusionary zoning, and to recognize that it will only make the city a worse place. Thank you. Thank you for letting us all speak as long as we have.
Thank you, Rachel. Dave, do we have any more? How many more? Okay, one more.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is William Mee.
Good evening, commissioners. I didn't know you would still be here. I just concluded our Agua Fria Village Association meeting. But, you know, about 100 years ago, the city tried to sell the Northwest Quadrant so it could get some needed revenues. And there were no takers because it was in terrain that was so broken that you really couldn't get any utilities out there. And, you know, now we have HomeWise and their landlocked parcel, which is the same terrain. And the city tried to develop the Northwest Quadrant in the last couple of years. And developers are saying, well, we just can't make money there because it's too darn rough. And, you know, the HomeWise model, to make it work, it requires R12. And so if you look at those 600 vacant acres that everyone has their hands trying to get into, that could be 7,200 people. And it's really in an area you know, that's not served by that frontage road. So the city would have to go in and use eminent domain to get the frontage road to the HomeWise property. But, you know, what is the capacity of this area to take these people in? And I can't see 7,200 people on that end of town. You know, I mean, sure, they're on 599, but I did some time studies, and it takes like 18 minutes to get to many of the grocery stores, to the hospital, you know, all of this stuff. And, you know, what neighborhood has, you know, to bend to the will of the 155,000 people, you know, in the metropolitan area, which several of the HomeWise people have made points about. You know, if you're in Area 1B, you need to turn over your home to HomeWise so they can bulldoze it and build the R12. I mean, what kind of business model is this? I mean, it's pretty crazy. You know, and you know, I'm not paid here or paid to speak here. I mean, you look at Joanna Gilligan that just spoke. Her base salary is $161 a year with a $25,000, $536 bonus. I mean, the salaries at HomeWise are just totally extreme in the Santa Fe area. I mean, you look at, I think the average salary of someone in Santa Fe about 5 years ago was $35,000 a year. But the lowest paid, yeah.
Let's stay on topic since you have gotten to speak earlier.
Okay. Well, I was trying to wrap it up here. So I have this, you know, earlier, Mrs. Jaramillo was incorrect in her assessment of the law to join the traditional historic community. The law for designated a THC is the initial designation, which Agua Fria Village already did. The law allows for continuous landowners to ask to join the THC, and that's what Area 1B is doing. In addition, they have a legal document allowing them to petition to join the THC. This is what's on the table for tonight, and only that. Affordable housing is the city's failure. The mayor just did a state of the city report, and out of the 6,126 permits issued, only 185 were affordable housing. Maybe HomeWise should complain to the mayor. The city or people need to use this energy to go back to the city where the affordable housing crisis is and, ask that they do something that's kind of reasonable. I was listening to Brian Gallegos talking, and he's right. I mean, the definition of affordability is totally off the wall. I remember when we worked in 2010, the definition was like $200,000 because it lined up with people's salaries, and especially those who work in the hospitality industry. Yeah.
William, can we wrap it up, please?
Okay, well, I mean, there's so much more to rebut on this whole thing. But we would probably be here till midnight. I have my throat lozenges, so I could keep going. But thank you for letting me comment.
Pardon? Yeah, would you please stick around, though, for testimony if somebody has a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. That's it? Okay, yay. We made it through the public hearing. It's only 8:20. Sid, you want to wrap up?
Terribly sorry, and I will be 30 seconds. William was smart. He went home and called in. I should have done that. We got way off track here, and there was a very robust discussion about the problems facing Santa Fe, our workforce, our youth. My daughter has sat through this. She is in that demographic. She could get up here and testify just like all the HomeWise people did. I wasn't aware that the residents could have reached out and brought petitions from outside. I mean, HomeWise brought how many petitions in here? We could do a petition drive outside of our area. We heard from a lot of HomeWise employees. We could have gotten our friends and family. It's just, that's way off course. And I just want to try and bring it back. And I've forgotten one of the most recent speakers, but I'd like to echo that when HomeWise, apparently when HomeWise seems like they think they're not getting their way, it's unfortunate that this whole name-calling, NIMBY, exclusionary zoning comes out. Ms. O'Donnell leveled the term segregationist. That is a loaded word, and I personally take deep offense to that. So I had to get up here and respond to that. There's no need, room, place for this kind of language when residents are pursuing what is rightfully available to them. If we go down this road, it's going to be a bad road. And it's happened with other projects. Other neighborhoods have been turned against each other. They're trying to turn our neighborhoods against each other, against the developers, against landowners. Stop. I'm sorry, I just had to say that. I'm available for any questions. I thank you deeply for your time. This has been way more than any of us expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe.
Oh, and just for a 90-day extension, this is half of 14 years. So if we can't figure out what's going on, we don't need 90 days. We don't need another 14 years.
Thank you. I'm going to go to questions from the board.
I wonder if we might have a short executive session to discuss some of the testimony.
A motion to go into executive session to discuss some of the testimony?
Is that a question or a motion?
Oh, I'd be happy to make the motion to discuss it, and if it is appropriate.
And Madam Chair, you know, given at least, I guess, one attorney for the Sky Santa Fe LLC, Buckman Development LLC, and HomeWise Incorporated did basically state, you know, they threatened litigation if the board were to adopt an ordinance. So, you know, I would say under the Open Meetings Act, that would meet the requirement for an executive session should the board decide to go that way.
That was in particular what I wanted to discuss. So I would like to make a motion, we go into executive session for that particular purpose and make it as short as possible.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we need a roll call vote.
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante? Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. So we'll be brief, I hope. And thank you all for your patience, especially tonight with all the testimony with moving. So we'll be back shortly.
Assuring that, yeah, that nothing was discussed in executive session aside from the specific matters that were described before we went in, and no decisions were made.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It is a challenging question. Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Camila Bustamante, I'm sorry, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, second by Commissioner Bustamante. All those in favor? Aye. We're good. Okay, so it's been a challenging situation, everyone. So I'm going to make a motion, and then we will move forward. So I am moved that we continue the public hearing on this ordinance until the BCC's regular meeting on May 30th, 2023 at 5 p.m. At the continued public hearing, the BCC will only take evidence related to the criteria set forth in Section 3-7-1.5, parentheses A, parentheses 1, dash, parentheses 4, MMSA 1978.
Second.
A second.
Okay, so
I think if I could, Madam Chair, for clarity, it's 3-7-1.1 rather than 1.5. It's 1.1.
Okay, I apologize.
And I'm okay with that as a second, so thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion by myself, Commissioner Hanson, a second by Commissioner Green and Hamilton, and all those in favor? Or under discussion? Any discussion with anyone?
No, just that we need more information and really
Right.
appreciate what everybody
And,
brought to us today.
Yes, okay, thank you. We completely are grateful for everything that everyone has said and all the information that has been provided.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Very specifically, Madam Chair, that we're not interested in the things other than that, right? We're not interested in the other questions. That a lot of great stuff came up today, but we've heard a bunch of that. We just need to address those issues.
Yeah, that's it. That's all the public hearing will be. If you want to come here and talk about affordable housing, go somewhere else, because that's not going to be on the docket next time. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioner Hughes also. I hope you'll be here in person then. So is there any other concluding business? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you, and we'll see you all here on May 30th.
Thank you very much.